Yes. Well, first of all, a Soren professor did solve it. Do you know who the professor is? He is Professor Ludger Kelly. He is the newly appointed professor. A new professor? I see. Understood. Does that help you? Yes. For now. I'll have to meet Professor Ludger Kelly as soon as possible. I hope there will be progress in your investigation, Dame Tarina. Thank you for your concerns, Your Highness. Yes, goodbye then. Oh, yes, Your Highness Elendil. Yes. What's the matter? As Elendil was about to hang up the communication, Tarina Lionhell remembered something. The first princess said that she wants to hear from you. She said that she was disappointed because she hasn't heard anything from you recently, so she asked me to tell you in her stead. My sister? Yes. I understand. Yes. Then farewell. After the call ended, Elendil had no choice but to let out a sigh while dropping her shoulders. She was so uncomfortable to hear that her sister, the first princess, was looking for her. But she couldn't even argue about it. Because Elendil knew that her sister was being as considerate as possible when she conveyed her message through Tarina. Yes. She thought that she could at least say hello. More than that, is Dame Tarina going to come to Soren? The werewolf case seemed to be more serious than she thought. Otherwise, the security department and even the knight captain of the security department wouldn't have moved directly. If there was anything she could get from visiting Soren, then that would be a good thing. Elendil didn't think more than that about the case. What did she say? Lieutenant Lloyd, who was waiting for Tarina to finish her call, asked while flashing his glasses. She said that the werewolf situation in Soren was solved by a professor. A Soren professor, you said? And she also said he is a newly appointed professor. Maybe I should meet him in person and talk face to face with him. Maybe he noticed something strange at the time. Then are you going to go there right away? Tarina shook her head at Lloyd's question. The investigation in Lethelk is not over yet. Enya, do you have anything special to report? Yes. Enya, who was standing by, responded energetically. I'm certain that the burned-out factory zone was a secret laboratory that studied or developed something. The important thing is who was there and what was going on in that place. That's still. Other than that? Other than that, there seems to be nothing but the recent chaos in Lethelk's underworld. It wasn't only a day or two that the underworld was in chaos. Knights were the ones on the stage who received everyone's attention, but those in the security department were different. Since they had been moving so secretly and seeing so many dirty things, they had a deeper connection with the underworld than with the normal route. In fact, the place where they got the most information about the incident was the underworld. Enya continued the report after a slight pause at Tarina's words. Well, I heard that something unusual happened this time. Something unusual? There's a group that dominated the underworld of Lethelk called the Crimson Society. Do you know about them? I heard about them. They're quite a bother, but I didn't feel the need to get rid of them directly, so I just let them be. I remember that their scale was quite large. Yes. Recently, that Crimson Society was destroyed and disappeared within a day. A day? The darkness that existed behind the city. It would not be surprising to hear that someone was dead, because there were all kinds of organizations fighting there. It also had something to do with the news that some organizations had suddenly been cut off. However, the Crimson Society couldn't just be called some organization. They were the organization that dominated the underworld of Lethelk. Since Enya said that such an organization had disappeared overnight, even Tarina had to be curious. That's a little interesting. Do you think it's related to this case? Oh, I don't think so. However, I think it would be better to keep a close eye on Lethelk's underworld for now because it seems that a quite great and talented group of people has shown up there. They might pose a threat to the Empire. She didn't know how many people did it, but seeing that the Crimson Society was eliminated overnight, there must be a lot of talented people involved in it. Knights? Or were wizards involved in it? Only God knew if they had any ill intentions. Tarina shook her head, contrary to Enya's concern. No. It's fine. We're currently still too busy, so you don't have to worry about that. We should be more focused on the investigation we're on right now. Ah, yes. Once it's confirmed that there's nothing more to look for in Lethelk, we will head straight to Soren. Understood. Tarina, who was left alone after the lieutenant stepped down, tapped her arm with her fingers as she folded her arms. Soren, huh? Although she did not speak about it to her lieutenants, Tarina had been paying keen attention to Soren ever since she had spoken to the princess not long before. She had a vague conviction that there might be a definite clue to the case in Soren. It was just a hunch, so she didn't bother to tell her lieutenants, but considering that she was a knight in the captain position, even such a hunch was enough to be an indicator. Even though I'll have to go there to see the details myself. There would certainly be something in that place. Her instincts kept telling her that. Even after the principal told me about the omnipotent stone, rumors still circulated in Soren about the stone that granted wishes. No, it was much worse than before. Somebody's behind the scenes trying to stir up rumors. It was difficult to identify exactly who they were. The people who were living in the huge territory of Soren reached thousands. Although it was named an academy, it was basically a small city, so it was practically impossible to identify all the people here. Even the place where the rumors spread was called the Akashic Records, which could only be used by the students, and it was difficult to find the source because the security for their anonymity was thorough. I'd rather get rid of the omnipotent stone quickly and get the incident over with it. Among the students, people who said, "Shall we look for the stone?" began to appear one by one. Did they not realize anything from the last werewolf incident, or did they think that that case was different? More and more students became distracted from their studies and focused on strange rumors. I'm just letting them be because there's no one crossing the line yet, but that won't last long either. They were told to stay inside during the werewolf crisis, but the people who went outside chose to catch the werewolves. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks. But honestly, I wasn't in a position to say anything about the omnipotent stone. Finding the stone didn't mean that anyone would get hurt because of it. Rather, if I tried to prevent them even more, the students might be more suspicious of the existence of the omnipotent stone. Never mind. The principal will take care of this anyway. Just as a student had their duty as a student, I, as a professor, also had my duty as a professor. And my duty as a professor was to teach my classes well, after all. Now. Focus. As I was conducting the class as usual, their attention was drawn toward me when I spoke with a little strength in my tone. However, I didn't feel the same enthusiasm as at the beginning of the semester. I thought I knew why. The source code spell had raised their initial expectations too much. In fact, since then, I'd been teaching them what was written in the textbook and not mentioning any new magic. Among the things I taught was visualization of elements, but it seemed that it was not enough for the students who were in the age of learning. Some students were starting to complain about my class. Tap. I ended up closing the teaching material that I had in my hand with a loud noise. A lot of you seem bored, so I'll show you something fun instead of my lesson today. The students, who were about to slam their heads on their desks, raised their heads at my words. They were starting to get interested. It reminds me of the old days. There was a time when I had lived on Earth when I was also a student. I woke up at 6:30 a.m., took the 0-hour class, and studied late until 10 p.m. I spent 15 hours a day studying. I was that desperate, but there were certainly times when I couldn't stand it because I was too bored to continue my classes. At that time, teachers would always relieve the students' boredom by telling stories that were not related to classes, but when I became a teacher myself, I felt like I knew why my teachers had done that. Wizards always use the magic immediately around them. When I began to speak, the students responded as if asking what I was saying. With expressions instead of words. I continued while ignoring those reactions. Typically, elemental magic is always used while revolving the spell around the spellcaster. I said so, and used the first-tier flame magic, Pyro. A small flame broke out at the tip of my finger. It was the most basic magic that any student in the class could use with their eyes closed. It was a spell that didn't even require complicated techniques, so it wasn't that surprising. But if you improve this spell a little bit, it's possible to do this as well. After removing the flame from my fingertips, I soon casted the spell again. That time, it was the same first-tier flame magic, Pyro. The only difference was the flame wasn't invoked above my hands, but in a place that was quite far away from me. Waha? A male student, who had almost been on the verge of falling asleep, screamed in amazement when he saw the flame right in front of his nose. But no one laughed at the student. Everyone's eyes were nailed to the flames floating in the air. Their reactions were all the same. What's that? It's 10 meters away, but a flame was invoked there? How did he do that? Isn't it a deception? I knew that such words would come out, so I immediately ended the pyro spell and invoked a different spell. Small sparks of electricity splashed throughout the classroom, water droplets formed, and wind swirled slightly. Their locations were all different. But I was the only one who casted the spells. Only then did the students' eyes turn to me, as they had realized there was really something special behind it. There was silence in the classroom, and it was to the point that I could hear someone swallowing their saliva. Do you have something you're curious about? Then, most students raised their hands. Their reactions were the opposite of the boredom that they shown me just before. I smiled inwardly and pointed at a student. Yes. What are you curious about? How on earth did you do that magic? The intent of your question is vague. At my critique, the student organized his thoughts and opened his mouth again. Normally, magic revolves around the spellcaster. It's because the magic's base material, which is mana, comes from the spellcaster. I nodded my head. Because it was obvious logic and common sense. Yes. But your magic was triggered at a distance beyond common sense. Most people would be curious about that. So I decided to show it again. Now, take a look at the spell. I invoked a flame on my palm. Although magic is said to be centered on the spellcaster, the magic doesn't touch my skin. Instead, it's stuck in the air, 5 centimeters above my palm. But it has a certain degree of freedom. The other female student cut in the middle and said that. I didn't bother to point her out or criticize her words. I just quietly nodded my head. Yes. Usually, the limit is 1 meter. And according to what I just did, it's practically impossible to cast a spell from this podium that reaches the very back of the classroom. But Professor Ludger, you did that. I understood what the students were talking about. The impossible thing. A mysteriousness beyond one's understanding. That was the magic I had shown them. In the end, the principle is similar to what I'm showing you now. I got rid of the flames floating on my palm. Even though 1 meter is the limit, it's actually not impossible to go beyond that limit, it's only that the mana consumption will only be more intense. However, it is possible if you use a different principle, as I did just now. Instead of casting spells around the spellcaster. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Site only. I used a method of casting spells at a distance, by creating a spell at a particular coordinate. This is the coordinate designation spell. Coordinate designation spell. With the advent of the new spell, although the students did not let screams out of their mouths, their eyes were already on the verge of popping out. Just like an active volcano that burned hot after a long slumber. Whoa, oh my god. In the meantime, there was a student who purely admired the emergence of new magic with an envious eye. It was Aiden. Leo. Did you see that? As expected from Professor Ludger. I can't believe he invented such magic. Leo? Leo. When Leo, who should have usually answered him, didn't say a word, Aiden shook Leo's shoulder. Leo. Are you okay? Oh. Oh? Yeah. Why are you like that? You're just spacing out. So unlike you. Aiden. Do you know how awesome that spell is? Yeah? Why? It's great, but is it something surprising? Never mind. Leo sighed and shook his head. Sometimes he thought of how comfortable it would be to be in a position like Aiden's, who didn't know anything. Because Leo knew a lot, it was hard for him to gather his senses together with the groundbreaking magic that Ludger had just shown. A spell that goes beyond space. What on earth is that professor's real identity? Leo had no choice but to be suspicious of Ludger's identity. Just like Leo, there were some other students who were surprised to see Ludger's magic. The more one knew about something, the more they were able to see things. One of the prime examples of that was Flora Lumos. What? Flora almost let go of her sanity for a moment because of the sweet scent that lingered strongly at the tip of her nose. It wasn't only that. Colors appeared in a complex manner in front of her, and it felt like her vision was paralyzed. Magic synesthesia. Her natural gift that she was born with was confusing her at that moment. I've never seen it before. Such magic. Although she had never heard or learned about such magic, Ludger's spell was just as unique as that. So far, the magic she had felt with her synesthesia had always seemed to be like looking at a painting in a frame to her. She could tell how well a spell was created just by looking at it. But the magic that Ludger used right then was different. If she had to express it, it felt like she was at the center of a fireworks show rather than looking at the artwork itself. Firecrackers exploded everywhere, and the colorful lights made her eyes dizzy. Flora had a hard time staying sane. Where on earth does that magic? Flora closed her eyes tightly without realizing it, but then she felt some regret because of it. Just a little. She wanted to see that magic just a little more. She wanted to feel that sense and pleasure again. With that thought, she repeatedly opened her eyes and closed them again due to excessive stimulation. Elendil, the princess, also stared at Ludger's magic with a stiff face, and Lynn, who was sitting next to her, shed pure admiration. Julia Plumhart showed her usual expression, but her squinty eyes were much sharper than usual. Ludger stopped his spells, as he had attracted the attention of all the students. What do you think? Does it pique your interest? With the advent of a spell that went beyond space, the students could not answer Ludger's questions. They still looked like they were dreaming, and they were just stuck in dazes as they recalled what they had seen. Ludger opened his mouth again. It may be quite a wondrous and surprising magic for all of you, but it also plays a very small part in this vast world because it's just a little bit of a modification in spellcasting. That was just a little bit of a modification, he said. The students had no choice but to doubt their ears at Ludger's words for a moment. But Ludger was being serious. The coordinate designation spell that he used was nothing compared to the real magic that he usually knew. This spell that I used is also something that's simply inspired by a wizard's spell. Oh, my God. Is that for real? Ludger nodded his head to the students' questions. He didn't have to lie or brag about that kind of magic. There are still a lot more undiscovered magics in this world. Anyone here can create and develop their own magic as well. His words made it seem easy, but none of the students looked down on Ludger's spell. Even if they felt inspired by it, changing the spell into their own magic was another level. Of course, I didn't show this spell to teach you about this. Ludger's words made some students shed some regretful exclamations. Since it was a new spell that he showed after the source code, they had a little bit of expectation about it. No matter how generous I am, I can't share all of my knowledge. Just be satisfied with what I show you. Are you not going to tell us about the principle? Yes. If you're curious, think about it yourself and analyze it. Then why did you show it to us? Because I want you to see this and realize something. Some students looked at him as if asking why he showed something he wouldn't teach them, but Ludger also had his own intentions. I also made this magic based on the inspiration of someone else's magic. After all, magic isn't all about your own pure creative work. It was definitely a magic that was born anew by imitating someone's magic. Because it was so hard and practically impossible to create magic purely from scratch. That was why Ludger had shown his magic to the students. Don't try to understand magic as something that's too difficult and complicated. Of course, if you dig really deep, you'll feel dizzy enough to have a headache, but sometimes you will look at magic in a simple way. Ludger's words awakened the students' spirits. Ludger showed that magic just then to evoke the mindset of the students who were tired of his boring class. An enthusiasm for new magic. And his advice that anyone could do it. Of course, there will be some students who are purely curious about the spell that I casted, and some students must have already been analyzing the spell. There were many people who were stabbed by Ludger's words, and they shuddered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So if you're curious, focus on the class. What you need to completely integrate the enlightenment you've learned from the magic that you saw into your own magic is, above all else, a solid foundation. Solid foundation? Is that for real? Those who have a good foundation can analyze and use magic properly when they want it in the future. I guarantee you. In some ways, it was really just lip service. But it was also true that the weight of those obvious and natural words became different depending on who said them. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks. Some students, who thought that it was just a boring class without much to learn, had no choice but to reflect on their attitude. And if I have to give you a hint, this coordinate designation spell has the concept of space. Perceive space while focusing on yourselves and figure out how to send your mana there. Is that our homework? Someone raised her hand and asked. It was Flora Lumos, who still couldn't get out of the magic shock given to her by Ludger. Ludger stared at her for a moment and nodded with a blank face. You can think of it like that. If you can look at my magic and analyze it, and then vaguely imitate it, it's proof that you followed my instructions well. She was asking just in case, but she didn't expect him to answer so seriously. Flora was at a loss. If you think you've mastered this magic, you can come and show me. If you do that, I'll give you award points. A lot of them, too. His last words were enough to inspire the students' subdued motivation. Today's class ends here. Everyone seems quite tired, so I won't give you homework today. I think the spell I showed you is already enough for your homework. Whoa! Students raised their hands and cheered when they heard there was no homework. For students who took multiple classes every week, it was a reality that every bit of homework in each class was very heavy for them. Professor Ludger was stern and thorough, but he was really good in that part. The students, who were already excited to hear that there was no homework, chatted among themselves. Then, you should prepare and review your lessons thoroughly until the next class. Today's lesson ends here. Yes. You have worked hard. Ludger nodded and left the classroom at the students' loud answers. As I was back in the professor's room after class, I flopped down in my designated seat. Sedina, who was only peeking at me, approached me gently. Professor. That's fine. Just go back. Pardon? Today's work is done, so you can go back and rest. Ah, yes. I guess she was worried because I looked a little tired. It was a relationship that was only beneficial to one side, but she was still cute whenever I looked at her. But I was more comfortable being alone right then. Sedina answered in a small voice as she could not resist my orders and left the professor's office. After I was left completely alone, I was absent-minded for a moment before picking up a professor-only crystal ball on the table. It's time for the Omnipotent Stone talks to come out. Omnipotent Stone. The relic was the source of rumors that had heated up Soren. The principal had said she would leave the Omnipotent Stone in the temporary storage area before bringing it back to its original place. And in the process of that, she said she needed my help. According to her words, the process itself didn't seem to take that long, so it was time for the principal to contact me. Beep beep. Speaking of the devil. As I was looking at the crystal ball that was sending a signal, I immediately activated it. Yes, Your Honor? Professor Ludger. There's a big problem. Big problem? The principal's voice, contrary to my expectations, was quite seriously subdued. Naturally. I also straightened up my posture and waited for her next words. Is something happening? The Omnipotent Stone was stolen. No way, even I hadn't expected it to happen before the stone was even moved yet. I organized my thoughts for a moment and spoke in a careful tone. What exactly happened? I looked down on the enemies too much. What do you mean? They've dug more deeply into Soren than I thought. As I was listening to her sentence afterwards, I understood why the principal was talking like that. I had heard that the incident related to the Omnipotent Stone was a top secret known to very few people. Although I thought it would be all right if I quickly brought the stone back to its original location, even if the rumor had spread outside. I didn't know it was a mistake. The enemy already knew the location of the reserved storage place, and the principal said that they snatched it first before the principal tried to implement her plan that night. The unidentified assailants who had stolen the Omnipotent Stone were hiding inside Soren. I heard that a manhunt party was quickly formed to chase them, but we didn't know when they would be caught. More than anything, if they use the Omnipotent Stone, things will get out of hand. That's for sure. I didn't know how much power the Omnipotent Stone had, but since it was a relic, it was undeniable that the stone was a very dangerous object. What if the person who had the Omnipotent Stone accidentally ordered things to go out of control? There might have ended up being enormous casualties. But even so, it didn't make sense to declare an emergency to the entirety of Soren. Was there any reason to panic the students? Furthermore, announcing that fact might damage Soren's reputation. There was already a lot of talk about the werewolf crisis, so we couldn't cause more crises there. In the end, it was a time fight that required us to put out the flames before they had completely spread. What do you think is the golden time? It's until midnight today. I see. Understood. You won't ask me anything more than that? It would be better to move right away rather than asking you questions. I said those words and hung up the call with the principal. I couldn't act like a stranger to things that might get me involved. If someone used the relic incorrectly, it could be a dangerous weapon powerful enough to blow up a city. And there was no guarantee that the aftermath to that wouldn't affect me. If I ran from there irresponsibly, I would also be accused of being an accomplice without being able to completely clear the principal's suspicions. It was beyond control as long as I had already put my real face on it. Phew. I sighed and released the sound barrier that I had set before I spoke to the principal. Sedina. I called her in a low voice and felt a sense of presence from someone who got startled beyond the door. I had known for a while that she hadn't left yet and had been hanging about in front of the door. Come in. Read latest chapters at Wuxiao World. Sight only. It was a good thing. Because I needed to gather some information. Sedina Rockhen was hanging about in front of Ludger because she had to tell him something. That was why she didn't leave after Ludger told her to go and instead hung around the door, and it was fortunate for both of them. It seems like the subordinates are doing their own thing as they please. Yes. Sedina tried to explain something in Ludger's words, but she immediately nodded when she realized she didn't have to do it. Just as Ludger said, it was an undeniable fact that they had done things as they pleased. What exactly happened? 1 second order. No, someone tried to take care of things without any superior's order. Explain it from the beginning. Ludger's ferocious voice made Sedina's thin body shudder. But it was not a frightened response. It was a thrill. Because her gaze was stuck on Ludger's face, who was staring at her intensely. It started with a third order asking for information. He was gathering information about some of the employees he had handled while hiding in Soren, and he realized that one of them had made contact with the source of the rumor. A stone that made wishes come true. I'd pass it by, saying it was just an absurd rumor that would be common in an academy of witchcraft and wizardry if I had simply heard it from someone. The third order had listened to that information as if they were attracted to it. That's how they found out the truth. That, somewhere in Soren, a fairly powerful artifact is secretly kept. And a report must have gone up. Yes. You are right. The third order informed their superior, the second order, about this fact. And the one who received the report didn't report to the people above them. Yes. It was not a strange thing to inform the first order of something as great as a relic. However, the second order cut off and concealed the information on his part. And he did things as he pleased. Did they think I wouldn't know about it? Sedina responded hastily to Ludger's voice that even seemed a little angry. That. I also don't really. Who's the second order? It's someone named Demirs. Ludger tapped his chin and made a gesture for Sedina to say more. He is a member of the second order who is closely related to the information department and was in charge of their work. However, he wasn't as good as his own greed. What do you think is the reason behind why Demirs did this? It's hard to judge, but I think that probably, he wants to make a big contribution and move up to the first order position. First order position? Yes. The founder of our Black Dawn Society, the Zero Order, created the first order position for 7 people, and that position can be changed at any time. When the story of the first order came out, Sedina was unconsciously excited. The first order had nothing short of her admiration. It was the same for the man in front of her. The first orders are now firmly protecting their position, but there are not just a few second orders who are eager to take over their positions. I see. Ludger shook his head and clicked his tongue as he was thinking about the Black Dawn Society system. He already thought that they were notoriously cruel people who brutally dealt with traitors, but he didn't think there would be another harsh rule inside the organization. Does that mean that a person who is abandoned or can't handle things properly will lose their seat? It meant that the current first orders might have been there by taking over someone else's positions. But what he was most curious about was the existence of Zero Order, the founder of the organization. Who the hell were they to make that crazy rule? I'm sure they won't lose their position. There was a basis for that conviction. And the obvious reason was also that he was certain of the Zero Order's power. He didn't know what kind of guy they were, but Zero Order was the most important person he needed to be careful about. So how's the current situation? Well, it seems that Demirs did it by calling the other third orders who agreed with him. Before the artifact was moved, he stormed the storage area, seized it, and is now on the run. His location? Judging from the situation, he just figured out how to escape. Other than that, So he still hasn't escaped Soren. Yes. Ludger brushed his chin lightly with his hand. Sedina hadn't checked Demirz's whereabouts thoroughly, so it must have been that urgent for her to inform Ludger first. Considering the time the principal contacted him, it meant that it hadn't been long since the incident had taken place. However, considering that the principal needed his help, Demirz must have been good at running away because he was a member of a secret society. Is it a game of hide-and-seek? Pardon? No. I'm just talking to myself. Ah. Yes. Ludger turned his head and looked out the window. It was time for the sun to set and the sunset to start burning. Spring was not over yet, so the daytime was not long. The darkness of the night would cover the surroundings early on. That would further interfere with his pursuit. It was the time when the one who was being chased would slow down and the one who was chasing would feel some extent of relief. That was his time to step up. I need to move right now. No, Professor, are you going to move on your own? Of course. I have to deal with them before things get any worse. What should I do then? Sedina gathered her courage and asked so. If Ludger said he was stepping up and she didn't do anything, it would be uncomfortable for her. Besides, wasn't all she had been doing bringing in information? She couldn't say that she was working by only doing that kind of thing. Nothing. Pardon? Sedina, you've done your part sufficiently just by telling me about this. Me? She did her part sufficiently? Sedina didn't know that would come out of Ludger's mouth. No, it was questionable whether she had ever heard such a compliment properly in her life. Are you sure about those words? Yes. Ludger replied without the slightest hint of doubt. You did a good job. Sedina felt a lump in her throat at those words. It was the first time that she was being acknowledged by someone else. She was always treated like trash, that was why she had tried to run away from her family, but no one welcomed her after she had fled from that place. She had thought many times that maybe she was at her limit. But Ludger had acknowledged her. Her eyes became red and it felt like tears were going to flow from there. But she desperately held it in. She couldn't show such an ugly face in front of the person she admired the most. Flutter. Ludger took his black long coat from the hanger. I will go now. I'll leave the rest to you. He said that as he passed by Sedina, who bowed her head while desperately holding back her tears. It was no wonder she was hurt by the indifference that he showed when he seemed not to care about her. Sedina knew that it was because of her own feelings towards him. No, I just said a few words. What was wrong with her? I shook my head while thinking of Sedina, who was left alone in the professor's room. I had just said a few words to make her feel better, but I couldn't believe she was crying on her own. I didn't understand her, but I thought it might be because she went through such hardships. She was trying hard to pretend to be strong, but it was just a shell to hide the fragile part inside her. Is it the Rockhen family? I had also heard of the Rockhen family. Although it was not quite right to call it recently. It was undeniable that the family had an emerging power among prestigious families. However, a lot of rumors came out from their family, too. It was not well known, but I was sure the family had grown in all sorts of dirty ways. If I had to put a grade on their evil deeds, they would be as bad as Belfort Rixon, who died by my own hands directly. Perhaps the Rockhen family was much worse off than him. However, it has nothing to do with me now. That was obviously Sedina's personal business. Her hatred of her family, and her connection to Julia Plumhart. It had nothing to do with me. She played the role of my assistant recently, but our relationship was nothing but a shell in the end. I didn't have to devote myself to paying attention to it. I guess there's something else more important than that. My priority is to find the stolen relic, the Omnipotent Stone. Once I heard where the other Black Dawn Society members fled to, there was no problem in chasing them. Even though Soren was so wide and had a lot of spaces to hide. That didn't mean I would never find them. Coming out of the building, I slowly walked down the street and looked up at the sky. Time was going slowly. When the sun had completely disappeared beyond the western horizon, the light disappeared without a trace, and coldness was mixed in the wind. When my surroundings became dim, I began to hear the noise of grass bugs one by one. Stop. I stopped my footsteps. I looked around, but I couldn't see anyone. No, there were actually students leaving school one by one or people walking around chatting among themselves, but it was true that no one was interested in me. Well, it was because I was already perfectly assimilated with my surroundings. Ater nocturnus. The black shadow that covered my body was swaying and hid my existence from the surrounding scenery. It was my original magic, called Black Nocturne in Latin. Unusually, however, unlike its appearance, that magic was not a dark attribute elemental magic. It wasn't even the spellcasting type of magic that I taught the students. To be exact, it was a summoning type magic. One of the 5 magic affiliations, summoning magic. There were 4 specialties in this summoning magic. Spirit, which followed the will of nature. Golems that were made of metal and earth. Creed that invoked and applied the remaining will of the soul. And the last one was the magic beast I was using. All wizards dealt with mana, and that mana was a mysterious power that had not yet been properly defined. When a person dealt with that mysterious power, the mana itself was affected by the person's tendency. Whether it was their body type, living experiences, the spellcaster's wishes, or hidden talents. It didn't matter what it was. All of those elements were woven into one, and the mana itself had its own will and had a shape as a summoned beast. That was a magic beast. The magic beasts, which had different forms and abilities, were in a different track from ordinary living things. Even the magic beast I was handling right then was taking the form of clothes rather than a normal summoned beast. And its role was also heterogeneous. Let's go. Siwok. The shadow at the end of my coat flowed like ink that was dropped in the water and moved on the ground. Soon, a shadow that was clearer than the darkness laid like a carpet on the ground, creating a road. I moved along the path that it led me to. Huh? What's wrong? No. It seems like there was something passing by just now. I didn't feel it, though. Was it bird? No one that I encountered in the dark could recognize me. They couldn't even recognize my existence. It was one of the abilities that my magic beast, Ater Nocturnus, possessed. It devoured and got rid of the abstract power called the existence of its summoner. It did not just hide its summoner, so it showed great performance that let its summoner conduct a magical search without even getting caught. However, it could not be used for a long time. Because my presence was being eaten, if I wore it for a long time, it would devour my existence. Srock. I took the pills out of my pocket and put them in my mouth. I would not be able to use it for long because of its extreme consumption of mana. Because even though it followed my order well, it didn't listen to me all the time. It followed me because I fed it like that, or else it would eat me at any time. Every magic that I use is missing some screws. As I was teaching the basics after coming to Soren, I realized that fact even more. Still, I had no choice but to use it. I kept moving in the dark while thinking so. Huh? Flora? What's wrong? After finishing the day's study, Flora Lumos stopped in her spot while walking along the street with her childhood friend, Cheryl. Cheryl was confused at Flora's sudden action, but Flora didn't answer her. Just now, something passed by me. It couldn't be seen with her eyes. It couldn't be felt with her skin either. If it were someone else, they would have mistaken it for wind. But Flora wasn't like that. There's a scent. A strong scent came toward her and then moved away from her again. It wasn't a mere scent, it was definitely a magic scent. If the usual magic scent was sweet and stimulating, the scent of magic just then was a little darker and deeper, like black coffee full of flavor. What on earth was that? A magic that can't be seen by my eyes. Even the fact that the magic passed by her. Flora was curious, even though her pride was slightly hurt by her curiosity. The scent still remains. The reverberation of that scent still remained like a path. Let's go. Flora thought so and immediately took action. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Site only. Flora? Flora. Cheryl Wagner anxiously called out to Flora because of her weird behavior. Before I knew it, the sun was completely gone, and night had come. I headed to the depths of the forest that the students couldn't reach. Inside that forest, the members of the Black Dawn Society who had stolen the omnipotent stone were hiding. Whisper. Soren's guards who were chasing after the members were seen near the entrance to the forest, but they were guarding the outside of the forest without going into it. I easily broke through the loose part of their security. They didn't recognize my shadowy existence. There are a lot of dense forests here, maybe because it's Soren. There were 3 major forests inside Soren's land. The first one was the secret forest, where no living beings ever lived. The second one was the silent forest, where all sorts of eerie events and bizarre psychic phenomena occurred. The third one was the forest of fantasy dream, where all kinds of spirits and supernatural phenomena existed with enormous vitality. The forest itself was a prohibited area that went back and forth between danger rank 2 and 3. It was indeed surprising that such a place existed inside the Academy's land, but it was even more surprising to know that the Academy let those forests be. I can't consider the sense of safety of people in this world the same as those who lived on the earth in the 21st century, but I can't help my inability to understand it. I thought I was quite used to living there, but I still couldn't help feeling the gap from my past life. In any case, there were 3 places designated as dangerous areas that were simply considered as forests inside Soren. Among them was the Silent Forest, which was the place where the men who stole the omnipotent stone ran away to. A forest full of evil hands and powerful, wicked minds that were designated as dangerous entities. It was said that the land was used as a cemetery before the foundation of Soren. The corpses and death, which had been accumulated in the cemetery for a long time, had spread to become a supernatural phenomenon of the magic sort since Soren's establishment. That was how that distorted forest was established. If someone entered the forest mistakenly, they would be possessed by the vengeful spirits and become lost, or they would be covered by wicked minds and forced to become something completely different. It was a place where one had no choice but to witness disaster fall on a person with weak mana or mental power if they entered the forest. That was why it was called the Silent Forest. Because the people who went into it would disappear without any sound or news. They managed to maintain this kind of forest, I see. It was what I said, but in fact, Soren had taken measurements a few times regarding the Silent Forest. It seemed that some of the principals in the past had argued that the forest should be disposed of due to its danger. Nevertheless, there was only one reason why the Silent Forest still remained. It was because all of the disposal efforts had failed. When they cut down the trees, they will grow again the next day. It was said that some people who had cut down the trees even went crazy or became idiots. Even the wizards who had strong mana suffered from nervous breakdowns and nightmares. However, even when they tried to set the forest on fire, the forest did not burn down, as it seemingly had its own will. Many principals had no other choice but to get rid of their goals of removing the Silent Forest. In the end, all they could choose to do was impose a ban on entering the forest itself. But the Silent Forest has its own boundaries as if it had drawn a line by itself. If the trespassers don't cross that line, they will bear no ill effects from entering the forest. It didn't matter if they kept staring at the Silent Forest beyond its boundary. They would be all right as long as they didn't go into the forest. The problem was that those guys were inside the Silent Forest. Even if the rumors of the forest are exaggerated, there must be a danger to the Silent Forest itself. Do they have the confidence to go there, or were they forced to flee there? I paused my steps while letting out a sigh. I had also been inside the Silent Forest for quite a while. There were voices of unidentified insects and beasts. And even the voice of someone sobbing. Die. 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 Hicks, hicks, hicks. I hate it. I despise it. Please help me. Someone, please get me out of here. Those voices kept ringing in my head, but I didn't mind them because I had been going through worse things than those voices all the time. Now that I had come that far, it would be all right for me to lift the magic. I immediately released a Terra Nocturnus and poured mana pills into my mouth. Are they around here? Dim, vengeful spirits flew around me in the air. But they didn't approach me or do me any direct harm. Rather, the spirits peeked at me secretly and were busy running away with strange screams. I ignored those vengeful spirits and searched for the traces of the secret society members who had fled. I found them. There were footprints on the damp ground. They numbered around 5 people. Their number is unexpectedly small. I heard that there were at least 10 of them, though. The rest of them were either killed while running away or were caught in the hands of their pursuers before they could evacuate. In other words, those 5 people who succeeded in escaping were the ones with the most proper skills. I kept moving along the tracks. The forest was dark because there was no light, and even the night fog made it so I could not properly distinguish the direction I was headed. But it didn't really matter to me. I followed the traces of the ground with unshakable steps and headed deeper into the forest. Those people standing by outside. Right now, they'll only stand by at the entrance to the forest, but if enough of their people gather, they'll begin to go straight into the forest. So before that, I had to finish the portion of my work. Not as the Professor Ludger Kelsey, but as John Doe, the First Order of the Black Dawn Society. Chatter. As I continued to walk, I stopped at the voices coming from beyond the hazy fog. I naturally eliminated my presence. Those voices were not made by vengeful or wicked spirits. Conversations. Walking along the trail, I finally reached my destination. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Phew. Mr. Demers. What should we do now? There's a tracking party outside the forest right now. Right. In addition, just by staying still in this forest, our sanity keeps getting consumed. We can't continue on if we keep being like this. Just shut up. Demers, who had been keeping his mouth shut, screamed at the complaints of the Third Orders. I have a plan. So stop talking nonsense, and just follow along properly. The Third Orders shut their mouths at Demers's half-threatening words. But their anxiety was not something to be resolved with just a few words. Because one of their colleagues who had already entered here went mad because he couldn't stand the magic power of the silent forest. They couldn't afford to help him either, so they had thrown him away in the middle of the forest, and they didn't even want to imagine what had happened to him. Damn it. If the tracking party comes in, aren't all of us going to die without being able to escape? The Third Orders had the same thought in their minds. They had been believing everything Demers, the Second Order, had said without question and following him. But they must have sensed that things had already gone awry from there. Demers had acted without telling any First Orders about it with the irresponsible words that he would take responsibility for everything. There are 2 First Orders in Soren right now. No matter how he's the Second Order, can he really sort this out? I don't even see any way to survive in the first place. Everyone closed their mouths and only rolled their eyes. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks. In fact, Demers also felt uneasy. It was good that he did it at first, but honestly, he didn't care much about the aftermath. Damn it. They said it's an omnipotent stone. But it's not worth anything. Demers looked down at the fist-sized stone in his right hand. It was the omnipotent stone that had made him confident in his plan. The stone that was wrapped up in cloth was emitting mysterious power just from being held in his hand. But that was all. The omnipotent stone itself was emitting powerful force, but it never granted any wish. I trusted the power of the stone and did this thing. Demers felt like he was on the edge of a cliff. It was his original plan to make a wish on the stone there, to gain strong power and to rise to a higher position. That was why he had even kept it a secret from the First Orders. Damn it. How do I use it? The force flowing out of the stone was obviously real. But the force was something else that didn't mix with the mana he dealt with. It played a perfectly separate role, like water and oil. As a result, Demers had no idea how to deal with that force. Even if he made a wish earnestly in his heart, the stone was silent. Even if he stroked the stone with his hands, or spilled his mana into it, it wouldn't budge. At that point, it was nothing more than a pretty and powerful mana stone. Srock. There was a sudden sound of footsteps on the grass. The members of the Black Dawn Society, who were surprised, were all nervous and stared at the place where the sound had come from. Who is it? It was when Demers stepped up and shouted like that. That a man dressed in black appeared in the dark. Is he an enemy? It was when everyone thought so and aimed at him with their wands and weapons at him. Is this everyone? The members of the Black Dawn Society unconsciously flinched at his sharp voice that was full of irritation. It was some kind of reflex. They wondered why they were like that, but at the same time, they were bound to realize who the man was. You managed to run away without getting too far, I see. Still, you're members of the Black Dawn Society, huh? Why you are. Demers, whose eyes had become accustomed to the dark, recognized the man's face and hardened his expression. F First Order, Mr. John Doe. Oh. It's really him. The rest of the members also recognized Ludger and knelt down in front of him with pale faces. Demers also bit his lips tightly and bowed his head. Ludger nodded satisfactorily at their sharp response. Demir slowly raised his head and managed to move his lips. What kind of business does Mr. John Doe have here? Second order Demirs. Yes. Mr. First Order. Why do you think I'm here? Ludger's question forced Demirs to shut his mouth. Why was the First Order here? Demirs had only received a question back instead? No way. Does he know everything? There was only one reason why the First Order, who was hiding in the professor's position, had come to that place. It was to hold them accountable for causing the incident. Demirs quickly racked his brain. His opponent was an executive of which there were only 7 members in the organization of the Black Dawn Society. There was no way that position could have been gained simply by personal connection or luck. It must have been because he had the skills to match the position. Even the man with the codename John Doe was famous for having a trashy personality. A man who even killed fellow members of the Black Dawn Society when things went awry. The man was a symbol of fear from the perspective of the lower members. The reason why he didn't get scolded by the Zero Order for doing so must be because there's something that he has that makes him able to keep his position that firmly. Such a First Order was holding him accountable. Then what should he do? No, there were a lot of tracking parties out there in the first place, so how did John Doe get there? Demirs had complicated thoughts. You're racking your brain, I see. That. Demirs's mind went blank at Ludger's voice, who spoke as if he was seemingly piercing through him. He was bound to rack his brain hard as he had gotten to that situation. He raised his trembling hand. He politely held the omnipotent stone previously gripped in his right hand with both of his hands. He politely offered it to Ludger. And he recited the most optimal words to be spoken there, which were chosen by his instinct. This is the relic called the omnipotent stone. Yeah. I offer this to Mr. First Order. He didn't say any lame excuses of why he did that to obtain the stone. He was just offering the item that he desperately obtained as if he was offering it as a tribute to his superior, Ludger. It definitely hurt his pride, and he thought it might be better to cause a mutiny right away. However, Demirs wasn't like that. Ludger didn't give any answer for a long time. The rest of the men's lips dried due to his silence. It was after 10 seconds, which seemed like 10 years, had passed. Rather than opening his mouth, Ludger showed his action instead. He took the omnipotent stone that Demirs handed to him. All right. The men, who were very nervous, became extremely relieved at his words and loosened their bodies. Because of that, they failed to respond properly to Ludger's next words. And farewell. Pardon? What does that? Shoot. The darkness of the ground fluttered, and soon, thorns popped out and penetrated everyone, holding them in their places. Demirs stared at Ludger with incredulous eyes. His pouting mouth was about to say, "Why the hell?" However, Ludger only looked down at him with a cold stare that held no emotion and gave him no answer. Drop. The corpses whose vital points had been pierced rolled around the ground. Ludger had no intention of keeping them alive in the first place. If he kept them alive and they stepped on his tail, his position would be in danger. It was better to shut them up forever in that silent forest. Is this the omnipotent stone? Ludger untangled the cloth that covered the stone. Ludger's eyes turned sharp when he saw a dark green emerald stone. His usually expressionless face frowned very slightly. I had actually seen relics, and I had a fragment of relic. I couldn't say that all relics were all the same, but I still knew why it was called a relic. So I could be sure. This omnipotent stone was not a relic. The principal told me that someone had stolen the omnipotent stone. And she said that the stone was a relic. But the omnipotent stone that I held, in reality, wasn't like the relics that I knew of, it was just a stone that possessed a lot of magic power. At that moment, I was bound to assume the worst. Shiver. And at the same time an eerie sensation flowed down my spine. The silent forest was not worthy of its name, as countless vengeful and wicked spirits wandered around and wept. Sometimes, mutated beasts, or spiritual beasts, also roamed around. But at some point, all the sounds were snapped off. It suited the name of silent forest. My surroundings became quiet. I looked up at the sky. Far above the dense, gray coniferous forest. Underneath the sky that was hidden by the clouds of the night sky. Something was floating. It was far away, but I saw it clearly. And even the fact that it was gradually gathering power and light. I immediately invoked my mana. At the same time, I summoned the magical beast of Aether Nocturnus and quickly wrapped it around my body. Whirr! A shadow that was similar to a black cloth wrapped around me like I was a mummy. At the same time, a star fell from the sky. Boom! A white and dazzling explosion occurred in the center of the silent forest. The white light that burned through the darkness spread in the form of a huge dome and reached the edge of the forest. A huge storm struck the forest, and debris from branches and stone splinters splashed everywhere. The white dome, which was spreading as if to devour the entire silent forest, soon stopped its explosive expansion and slowly disappeared. Shaw! There was nothing left in the place where the light had been. The trees that formed the silent forest, the wicked spirits that were floating in the air, and the spiritual beasts who were eroded by the forest's energy. Because they had also stepped down in fear and awe of one being. That's the end. The clouds lifted and the moonlight fell from the sky. Her white hair shone faintly in the moonlight. Principal Elisa Willow. She descended from the sky and landed in the center of the ruins she had created. It was a terrifying view, as if a star had fallen from the sky. There was only one thing that was left in shape where everything was gone. And I brought the fake omnipotent stone. The principal muttered so and looked around. At the same time, she lightly scattered her mana, but nothing was caught. In other words, she had dealt with the guys who were hiding within Soren in a single blow. It was all thanks to the bait, which had the name of the omnipotent stone. I wanted to catch bigger fish, but I can't hope for it. The principal shook her head lightly from side to side. She didn't want to stay there for long. Thanks to the high-tier spell that she used a while ago, the surrounding area had become quiet, but the silent forest would fill the ruins back into its own space. I wish I could completely erase this forest. No matter how she was a high-ranking wizard, she was not enough to destroy that forest alone. But if someone entered the silent forest with their poor skills, they would become crazy due to the magic power of the forest. It was annoying, but she had no choice but to leave it alone. I can just say to the other people that I've taken care of it properly. Elisa deliberately asked the other professors for help in order to deal with the matter in secret. Ludger Kelsey was a representative example. She had asked him for help because he seemed competent, but she still had suspicions on him that she had yet to erase. She had thoughts that maybe Ludger had even been in that place. How did he end up in the end? The magic she used was not easily blocked, even by a wizard of the same rank. Moreover, it was more like a surprise attack, so it was even more impossible to avoid. Even if they were a wizard, they couldn't escape death if they got caught there. If Ludger was there, he would also be dead. I wish that's not the case. It was a personal admiration. She wished that at least a man that great was not a traitor to Soren. Elisa thought so, and flew back up into the sky while carrying her bait. To be honest, I was surprised. Ludger, who had confirmed that the principal left her position from a faraway place, wiped off the cold sweat flowing on his forehead. I didn't expect the principal herself to come forward. It would have been a disaster if I had been even the slightest bit late in reacting. The magic that was used by the principal. It had been an explosion of light as if a meteorite had been dropped. The sight that seemed like a missile exploded and blew up the whole forest made his skin crawl, even though it was far away from him. Was that the magic of a sixth-rank wizard? Ludger couldn't believe he had been there a little while ago. He had managed to escape thanks to the Aether Nocturnus that he used. It's a good thing I set the coordinates in advance. There was no teleportation magic in this world. No, it would be right to say that the magic actually existed, but there was none of it that was known externally. That was also why the students were surprised by Ludger's coordinate designation spell in the middle of his lecture. It was astonishing to them that magic could be expressed beyond space. Even when the magic itself was like that, it was also impossible according to people's common sense for spellcasters to teleport through space. Although in fantasy novels that often existed in his past life, there was a magic called blink or teleport. There was no such magic in this world. But Ludger had used that. His method was simple, it was because of the characteristics of the magical beast that he used. A magical beast was both a summoned beast and a spell in itself. Unlike most summoned beast shapes, Ludger's magical beast was an attire, and it maintained its shape by wrapping around Ludger's body. When this Aether Nocturnus was moved by a coordinate designation spell, Ludger himself also became a mechanism that moved together with it. He knew how to use the coordinate designation spell, and teleportation was possible thanks to the characteristics of a terra nocturnus. In other words, it was a unique teleportation technique that only Ludger could use. I feel dizzy. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. With a slightly trembling hand, Ludger took the pills from his inside pocket and poured them into his mouth. Only then did the tremors of his body subside as pure mana was supplied to his brain. The downside of such teleportation magic was that the number of its uses was extremely limited. Ludger suddenly remembered that the principal had asked him for help. No way, was she aiming to do this? He shook his head immediately after thinking that far. Then there was no way that such a bothersome method could have been used by her. Even though she had said that she would leave it to the other professors on the surface, the case must have been very secretive for her to take care of it by herself directly. The only thing Ludger overlooked was that he had come into contact with the enemy faster than the principal had assumed would be possible for an innocent. Elisa, the principal, must have intended to take care of things by herself and was going to tell Ludger and others later. She wouldn't think that Ludger would find the enemies before her in that silent forest. And even that omnipotent stone was fake. As expected from the leader of Soren. I can't let my guard down. Even if he was a professor in Soren, she should hide the truth from him for efficient work. Ludger's body shivered a little bit. Again, he remembered that she was an extraordinary human being. I'll have to be more careful to not get caught. If the principal found out that he had a fake identity or if he was caught by the Black Dawn Society. It didn't seem that the outcome would be good if he got caught by either group. He definitely realized it even more after seeing the blow from the principal a while ago. He must be careful of that person, too. The only benefit I could gain from this mission was the omnipotent stone, and even that stone was fake, huh? No matter how he looked at it, he only suffered a loss. Ludger didn't feel regretful. A trace was left. The omnipotent stone that Demir stole was a fake one made by the principal, it wasn't a real relic. However, he could not affirm that the omnipotent stone did not exist just by that. When the principal called him out and told him about it privately, Ludger hadn't found her words strange at all. Demirs and other members of the Black Dawn Society couldn't have been fooled around like that just from a fake item. There must have been a real item that they were bound to be attracted to. When the principal found out that they had discovered the real item, she had made the fake one and wiped them out. It meant that the real item still remained. Since I have left a trace on the fake item, I'm sure the principal will go to check the real stone. I can just remember the trace that I left on the fake one. That was why, when the principal was on the verge of dropping her attack, Ludger had carved a trace on the fake stone by himself that even the principal wouldn't be able to notice. The fake stone itself emitted such powerful mana that even the principal would not be able to notice that. I moved at the right timing. The moment he was about to exit the silent forest while thinking so. Crack. There was the sound of someone stepping on a branch that echoed from behind him. Professor? Ludger slowly turned around. There stood Flora Lumos, who was staring at him with trembling eyes. Did she see it? Ludger did not question why Flora was here. Just the fact that she now encountered him in that silent forest was all that mattered. Ludger clenched his fist and released it again so she wouldn't be able to see that. What should I do here now? He thought of destroying the evidence immediately, but Ludger opened his mouth while thinking it was too much. Flora Lumos. Why are you here? Pardon? And no. Well, that's. Flora Lumos could not answer why she had entered the silent forest hastily. That was because. How can I just say that I followed him because I smelled a nice scent for the first time? And if even the someone that she encountered at the end of the scent was Ludger Kelasi? Wouldn't she look like a pervert if she said it like that? Aren't you going to answer? That. Why are you here, Professor? In the end, that was all Flora could say. Ludger sighed low at her confused response. Seeing that she didn't quibble over it seriously, she didn't seem to have seen the scene that happened in the darkness. Even so, people were guarding the silent forest outside. Did she accidentally arrive there by using the other path? Flora Lumos. This forest is dangerous for a student like you. Hurry and go back. I'm not that weak. The silent forest was a dangerous place. Even more so for students. However, if it was a student like Flora, she could endure the silent forest. Moreover, because she had a unique physical type of magic synesthesia, she was able to avoid it if the mana of the forest was dangerous. Flora wanted to ask since she came all the way there. Was it right that he came all the way here using magic to cover his appearance? And what on earth was that magic? Flora, who was about to ask that, found out that Ludger was holding a medicine bottle in one hand. Professor. What's that? It's nothing. Ludger said so, and put the medicine bottle into his pocket. Flora stared suspiciously at Ludger. She had come into the forest after chasing the scent, but there was a big light flashing from a distance. She went all the way here to follow the scent, and there was Ludger. Flora. Where the hell are you? Hoo-hoo. At that moment, Cheryl Wagner's weeping voice echoed as she searched for her from afar. Flora and Ludger both shut their mouths at the same time. Flora. I'm scared. Where the hell did you go? Huh. Ludger sighed and walked. Follow me. I'll help you get out of this forest safely with your lost friend. Flora also calmly followed Ludger because she had given up on questioning him in a situation where the mood had been broken. Ludger saved Cheryl, who was being bullied like a ring around the rosy by the vengeful spirits, then took both of them out of the forest. Just in time, the guards who were exploring the outside of the forest found the three people and approached them, then asked for the whole story. The students entered the forest and got lost. That's why I took them and led them to the way out. Ludger then replied that it wasn't a big deal to them. The tracking party, who had been stationed near the forest, were dissolving at the order of the principal. Cheryl repetitively said, I'm sorry, while crying, but Flora wasn't like that. Why was Professor Ludger in that forest? Read latest chapters at Wuxiao World. Sight only. And what on earth was the magic that he used? Flora couldn't erase her suspicious gaze as she was looking at Ludger's back. When I arrived at the entrance of the forest, most of the people were backing down, and only a few people in charge of the forest remained. Among them, the most prominent human being was, as expected, the principal. Her distinctive two-toned hair stood out, even during the night. Your Honor. Professor Ludger. The president greeted Ludger with a grin. Then she opened her eyes wide when she saw two girl students standing restlessly behind Ludger's back. Oh? What happened with both of them? Because they entered the silent forest recklessly, I took these students who got lost and came here. The silent forest? The principal squinted her eyes for a moment. The shivering Cheryl Wagner quivered her body even more as it was hard for her to bear the anxiety, and Flora Lumos shut her lips tightly. To go to a dangerous place called the Silent Forest in the middle of the night. What on earth was the reason for that? WLI. Cheryl was choked up and couldn't speak properly. At that moment, Flora stepped up. It's because of me. Flora. I went into the Silent Forest on my own. Cheryl was just chasing me. Flora Lumos? Flora Lumos, a second-year Soren senior, was also a student whom the principal had been watching with interest. Her family, appearance, and magic talent. Such a lady went into the Silent Forest on her own? Did something happen? No. It just happened because I was walking thoughtlessly to lift my mood, then Professor Ludger saved Cheryl and me. I see. The principal did not ask Flora why she went into the Silent Forest. Because she already knew that Flora Lumos was innocent. It was not nonsense to say that they went in by mistake. Because the Silent Forest was so wide, it was practically impossible to manage all of the forest's areas, even in Soren. Especially on dark nights like that one, students were sometimes attracted to the magic power of the forest without realizing it, so that could have been their reason. She was just possessed by the magic power of the forest. The principal stared at Ludger, who brought the two students. Thank you for taking such a long walk, Professor Ludger. It was a matter of course. But what can I do but apologize? The case is already over. Have you finished everything, Your Honor? Yes. I did it myself due to the urgency. The principal apologized and took a close look at Ludger's expression. But Ludger's expression remained unchanged. He wasn't surprised, relieved, or annoyed that he had walked in vain. He just accepted the situation as it was. Understood. Oh? Your feelings weren't hurt? I asked you to do it and ended it on my own. I think the case has been solved well because the principal is more competent than me. That would have been a more efficient and faster way to get things done. The principal nodded with a puzzled look at Ludger's words. That. Yes. Well, that's true. I have no complaints about that. I don't feel disappointed or sad about such a trivial thing. The principal was at a loss for words at the response that was so honest and straightforward. As expected from a soldier. Ludger had been very consistent since the first time she had seen him. More than that, the item in your hand, Your Honor. Ludger opened his mouth when he saw the item that was wrapped in a cloth in the principal's hand. Ah, this one? It's nothing. I see. When the principal said that, Ludger's attention was drawn to it. He acted secretly, even though he knew what it was. Ludger nodded and aimed his gaze slightly at the two students he had brought along. So what should I do? Ah. Well, students can make mistakes like that, right? So I think you can talk to them properly and send them back to the dormitory. I don't have to give them a penalty point? Oh, my. You're saying something so heartless. I'll take care of them, so just send them back. Why, Your Honor? Cheryl looked at the president with a touched look and eyes full of awe. Flora just stood still as if she were not particularly interested in such things. Then I'll take the responsibility to send them back. Yes. Professor Ludger, please do a little more work tonight. Understood. Ludger then left that place after he finished his encounter with the principal. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So what happened? After Ludger left with the two students, Wilford, who was watching the situation from afar, approached and asked the principal. With Ludger Calasi. This incident has completely wiped out my suspicions toward him. Is that so? Yes. He didn't react much, even when he saw me. If he had anything to do with them, he should have shown at least a slight bit of agitation, but it didn't happen. In addition, Ludger had even taken two lost students out of the woods. Maybe because she had asked for help, he had rushed over there and found the students in the woods. He's quick in managing his work and I like his attitude as well. Most of all, he has a strong mentality that doesn't fall to my captivation. You must like him. Well, I think so. I think the same goes for Mr. Wilford, though? Ho ho. Well, I won't deny it either. Wilford was a former knight, so he especially liked Ludger. He had a restrained and sharp devotion that was unmatched by the other weak wizards. His remarkably trained body in particular, which stood out subtly under his attire, showed that he was different from common wizards. His physical training couldn't have been sloppy. That part made a pretty good impression on Wilford. Anyway, I think this case brought an alert to them. I'm not sure. I hope so. Or should I have captured them alive and questioned them? The principal shook her head violently at Wilford's words. You know about it very well too, Mr. Wilford, that it's not gonna work on them. That's true. They were the members of a secret society that hid in Soren. No matter how many of those guys she caught and interrogated, it would be impossible for them to tell her the information about their organization. If they were that meek in the first place, the organization wouldn't have recruited them. Furthermore, some measures might have been taken by them to prevent another possible leak of information. It was much better to get rid of the visible ones. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks. I hope this will calm them down for a while. Now go back. Ludger, who escorted Flora to the dormitory, turned his back without hesitation, as he had finished his work. That. What's the matter? Flora called Ludger and was about to say something. However, no matter how many times Flora mumbled with her lips, her voice didn't come out properly. It's late at night. If you have nothing to say, I'll go. Ludger had no consideration or concern, even when the other person was Flora. He disappeared like the wind, as he was seemingly busy. Cheryl, who was next to her, even got astonished. Whoa. As expected from Professor Ludger. He's so ruthless. Flora. Are you okay? Yeah. I'm alright. I was worried. Why the hell did you go into that forest all of a sudden? Just because. Just because? There were times when I just wanted to go around without realizing it. And then, out of all places, I went into that forest. Phew, I got it. But you need to be careful next time. I was also very scared. Yeah. Thanks a lot for your concern, Cheryl. Flora went back to the dormitory with a weak smile. After washing up and changing into her pajamas, she flopped down on the bed. She kept remembering Ludger's appearance, whom she had seen in the silent forest a while ago. Professor. What you held in your hand was obviously some kind of medicine bottle. Ludger was slightly startled when she had asked about it. Even when she first discovered Ludger from a distance, she could only see his back, but he had definitely been shaking. Why was he being like that in a place where there were no people? Did he get hurt anywhere? A hypothesis suddenly came to her mind. Flora unconsciously propped up her upper body. No way, is it the truth? Once she was immersed in her thoughts, the other thoughts came consecutively, and she couldn't let them go. It had certainly looked like that. His body shivered because he was in pain. Even his behavior of hiding in a remote place where people couldn't see and taking medicine secretly. There's no way that Professor Ludger is taking bad medicine. He's been pretending to be strong, but it doesn't mean that he's not feeling well, right? Flora shook her head, realizing that she was thinking too much. No. I can't be sure yet. So let's not think of it too much. However, no matter how much she inwardly denied it, she couldn't help but keep thinking similar thoughts. Next time. If she had the chance, she could check it then. Flora closed her eyes while thinking so. She didn't think she would have a nightmare unlike the usual that night. A night when everyone fell into a deep sleep beyond midnight. The principal finally checked with her own eyes where the real omnipotent stone was. It's working, huh? She turned her eyes to the fake stone and moved the real stone safely and stored it. For that simple distraction, she had taken measures to get rid of the roaches that hid in Soren herself. She had even gone as far as keeping secrets from others. It was inevitable if she wanted to get things done properly. But it was a relief. Thanks to the bait, she was able to wipe out some of the enemies, and the real stone was kept safe. It was a storage facility similar to an altar. The principal breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at the omnipotent stone at the center of the altar. It looked exactly the same as the replica made to deceive others, but the real relic was so dangerous that one shouldn't approach it recklessly. Just like a stone that made one's wishes come true, it responded to its owner's desire and made their wish come true. The problem is, there's no limit to its ability. That was the scary point of its omnipotence. That stone responded to the darkest and most powerful desire that was hidden deep inside the user. Even when someone begged on the stone to make a lot of money, it wouldn't come true unless it was their real desire. Rather, the stone often forcefully granted what the user did not want to happen. Most human desires were based on darker evils. Rather than making money and being happy, human beings secretly wanted the person they hated and despised to be ruined or suffer. The stone granted that very wish. But if it doesn't have an owner, the relic scatters the wavelength of its own magic power and lures in the person who is sensitive to it. Therefore, the omnipotent stone had to be stored in an enclosed space covered with countless partition walls, so that its magic power wouldn't leak out. And those who guarded the surroundings of the stone had to be people who would not be easily seduced by its magic. That's how much I have to be careful with it. In the pieces of literature of which only a few remained, there was a record that a kingdom disappeared in the past because of that stone. One might wonder why such a dangerous thing should be stored in Soren, but in other words, because it was located in Soren, the item could be stored safely. If it had fallen to the hands of the Magic Tower or any other kingdom, a war would have been raging already. It's a relief that everything went well. The principal closed the entrance to the partition walls completely after checking the omnipotent stone for the last time. The metal outer wall that had a thickness of 3 m, which blocked the wavelength of the stone's magic power, closed with a thud, and darkness emerged within the storage. Only the green light emanating from the omnipotent stone dimly lit up the surroundings. That was how the omnipotent stone would have been placed there for a long time, once again out of anyone's sight. If only a shadow did not wriggle in the dark. Ska! A man rose from within the shadow. Phew! The man, who shook off his dizzy head once and sighed, looked up and stared at the omnipotent stone that was located in the center of the enclosed space. That's real, huh? It looked similar to the fake one, but the quality of its atmosphere was different. Ludger's excellent sight immediately distinguished the original from the fake one. The omnipotent stone also scattered a stronger wavelength around it, perhaps realizing that humans existed around it. Ludger frowned as he felt its wavelength with his skin. Is it seducing me? A stone that made wishes come true. If there was a mentally sensitive person within a certain range, it emitted the wavelength of magic power to make a wish toward the stone. It didn't just have an impact on his body. It dug deep into a person's mind and touched the desire hidden deep inside them. It's doing an interesting thing. But it only worked for weak people. Ludger approached the omnipotent stone instead. Then he reached out and grabbed the stone. I'm sorry, but I don't intend to make you realize my desires on your own. Hooing. The omnipotent stone vibrated as if it was disobeying Ludger. If someone was seeing it for the first time, they would have gotten confused and gasped. Read latest chapters at Wuxiao World. Sight only. How many relics do you think I've seen so far? He was an expert in that area. Ludger had traveled around the continent to look for relics. The original fragments that he was gathering, to be exact. It was to make a relic. He had visited many cities, many countries, and many ethnic groups. As a result, there were times when he had unintentionally encountered relics that were not related to the fragments. Even common wizards had never encountered any relics in their lifetime. Ludger, on the other hand, had seen several relics so far. In terms of relics, Ludger could be seen as more experienced than anyone else. Stay still. He recited those words as if commanding the stone and invoked his mana. The omnipotent stone emitted a violent magic power as if to resist Ludger, but Ludger was not surprised. Sometimes, that kind of volition existed for a unique relic. It was a small mystery created by the peculiar, powerful force of the relic. The omnipotent stone existed to satisfy the desires of others. Its reckless purpose of listening to one's desire was sublimated to the will and influenced the surroundings of the relic by spreading the wavelength of desire to its surroundings. In some ways, relics were also cursed items. So it resisted Ludger, but Ludger sneered at the relic's volition. You can't make my real wish come true anyway, no matter what kinds of methods you use. Even in front of the omnipotent stone, Ludger did not believe in the omnipotent stone itself. Was it going to grant his wish? He was sure that the stone would listen to it, but it would only be within the limits of the stone's power. He couldn't say that the stone would grant his wish. A wish with limitations was not a wish, after all. It was nothing more than a mere fake wish fulfillment. If you're a fake wish fulfiller, then just do as I say. The omnipotent stone didn't give up. Instead of scattering the wavelength of its powerful magic power to its surroundings, it focused more on Ludger. Green magic power coiled around Ludger's body. Ludger frowned at the magic power that permeated his mind. A useless struggle. However, he did not push away or block the stone's magic power. Instead, he committed a bold act by increasing the mana in his hand that was holding the stone. Hooing. Then, it was the omnipotent stone that was flustered. What on earth did this human do? Instead of raising his defense, I received more magic power? The omnipotent stone didn't stop invading Ludger's mind while questioning his actions. The moment it went into Ludger's inner mind while thinking that it was a good occurrence, instead. Bump. The magic power that the omnipotent stone flowed into his mind was blocked at some point as if it was hitting a barrier. What the hell blocked its magic power? The omnipotent stone, which aimed to respond to a human's innermost desires, questioned this situation in which it could no longer enter Ludger's inner mind. Did Ludger pretend like he let the magic power into his inner mind but actually block it off? Why? It found out right away that it wasn't the case. It wasn't Ludger's mana that had blocked the omnipotent stone. It was a disparate force that was completely different from Ludger's mana. It was a strange force that could not even be classified that blocked the omnipotent stone. It was a force that was impossible to understand. The stone could not even analyze the force. Mana? No. That kind of disparate energy was different from that. It was higher than mana. It was as if something else was watching and protecting his mind. You'd better stop there. Ludger warned against the volition of the omnipotent stone. If you go beyond that, it won't be good for either you or me. Ludger's warning was not a mere bluff. It was sincere advice. The stone was sure that something worse would happen if it attempted to go beyond that. If the omnipotent stone had feelings, the stone would have been deeply moved by Ludger's warning. However, the volition that the omnipotent stone possessed only commanded the stone to do its role as best as it could. There was no emotional factor within the stone. The omnipotent stone accepted Ludger's advice. If it attempted to go further, it would be destroyed and never see the light again. If that happened, it would not be able to perform its role in the future. SSSHHHH. Good job. The omnipotent stone gave up on its will. It was similar to stopping after hitting a barrier, but it was the volition of the stone that made the choice. Ludger put his strength on the omnipotent stone as it was, forcing his own wish into it. The fragment of the relic that I currently have. With one of his hands, that wasn't holding the stone, he took a fragment out of his inside pocket. Tell me where the other 4 fragments are. At that moment, a brilliant green light burst out of the omnipotent stone. The light was clear and would have been strong enough to be seen from quite a distance if emitted in an open area. However, in an enclosed space that blocked the wavelength of the stone's magic power, the light only shone inside. When the light of the stone was completely gone, Ludger removed his hand from the omnipotent stone. 2, 2. That was the number of fragments that the omnipotent stone had shown in response to Ludger's wish. What Ludger wanted was the location of the other 4 fragments, but the limit that the stone could show was only 2 fragments. And one of the 2 was the fragment whose location had been roughly discovered by him already. The only benefit I gained from the stone was, in the end, the location of the other 1 fragment. It was a very ungraceful effect for a stone who granted people's wishes, but Ludger decided to think positively. Just by finding another fragment of the elusive relic, he had saved many years that could have been wasted. Even so, I didn't think that the fragment would be so near. The whereabouts of the fragment that he had unintentionally discovered. It existed in the big city of Lethalk. It's a relief to discover that 1 fragment. Hooing. The omnipotent stone vibrated finely, as if protesting against Ludger. If the stone had helped him, he should take the stone outside. But Ludger lightly dismissed its volition. You are a dangerous item. You will continue to destroy the people who are influenced by you. You should stay here forever. Hooing. The omnipotent stone tried to protest violently, but Ludger had already covered his body with shadow and whisked himself away into the darkness. The omnipotent stone that was left alone blinked green lights as it was seemingly protesting, but the stone soon calmed down. Because there was no one who could listen to it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As I came back to my room, I sat on the sofa for a while to rest, because of the extreme amount mana I had consumed. As expected, teleporting between spaces wasn't supposed to be done several times. I felt dizzy and nauseated, and most of all, I had consumed a lot of mana. In addition to that, I had even used my strength to utilize the omnipotent stone. I was lucky that I didn't collapse from exhaustion. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks. There were noises flowing from my brain. I frowned at the noises and roughly emptied the pills into my mouth. The mana from the pills that permeated my body filled the mana I had consumed, but it was insufficient. That time, the recovery needed more time, especially because of how much mana I had consumed. I'm going crazy. To avoid those noises, I was always going around while chewing pills in my mouth. Of course, I benefited from these annoying noises that time. The omnipotent stone penetrated my mind, but thanks to it, I was able to get over it without being seriously damaged. Still, I couldn't help but be annoyed. It was fortunate that it was the first stage, the recovery would be hard if it became worse than that. I pressed my finger against my throbbing forehead slightly as if I was doing acupressure therapy. Perhaps because I had stayed still for about 30 minutes, the noises from my head disappeared at some point. Was it over? I stood up with a sigh of relief. Now that I knew the whereabouts of the fragment, I was going to inquire about it. When I grabbed the communication crystal ball and sent my mana into the ball, the reaction immediately came. Did you call me? Yeah. Hans responded immediately as if he had been waiting. It was already late and past midnight, but he responded to the call sharply like that. He must have been waiting for me to contact him. Are you done with everything you were attempting to solve? It ended faster than I thought. Thanks to that, I'm able to have some leisure time. That's a relief. You can push forward the appointment time. A weekend would be better if we could do that. I was just thinking that it was the right time. I don't think that's all you wanted to say to me. Is there anything else? As expected from Hans. Maybe it was because he had been working with me for quite a long time, but he was quick to notice that kind of thing. I found the location of another fragment piece. Where? It's in Lethalk. You should search for it mainly at the auction house. Auction house, huh? There's only one auction house in Lethalk. Yeah. There was only one auction house in Lethelk. Kunst, the one and only Lethelk's auction house. It was one of the auction houses operated by Luke Company, the largest auction company in the Exilian Empire, and among them, the branch in Lethelk was one of the largest in the continent. The influence of the Kunst auction house was not limited only to Lethelk or the Exilian Empire. The Kunst auction house showed a very high participation rate because rich people from all continents could gather and purchase items there. Money was bound to attract money. High-quality antiques, historical objects, and even outstanding artifacts. Good items attracted rich people. And those people invested huge amounts of money to show off their wealth. The auction house was the place where big bucks circulated that even I, who received a huge salary from Soren, couldn't help but be astonished by. When such an overwhelming winning bid came out, rumors spread again and attracted the attention of people from other countries. It was a repetitive, vicious cycle of money. Such a vicious cycle created what was the Kunst auction house. And if my prediction was correct, the fragment I was looking for would exist at the Kunst auction house. It's not bad timing since a big event will be held in the Kunst auction house soon. Hans would be able to easily check the list of the soon-to-be appearing items at the Kunst auction house. Check the list and find out when they're up for auction. I got it without you having to tell me about that, but isn't the Kunst auction house a big place? So what? Then I think the usual method will be a bit hard to implement. I realized what Hans was concerned about as I heard his anxious voice. I know it as well. For now, I'm going to make a move as a proper guest. The Kunst auction house maintained a terrifying security system, as it was a place where all kinds of wealthy people gathered. When the auction was held, they could even hire a number of people who were as skilled as knights and place them as the guards. It meant that the scale of the auction was that huge, and Luke Company's reputation for conducting such an auction house was also great. They weren't just mere knights. Even wizards participated in it, and all the valuable items were even under security magic. It was too much to stick to the old methods in such a place. Don't worry too much. There's a lot of time left anyway. Well, I get it. Let's check the list of items first. Arg? Why are you like that? Suddenly, Hans screamed, and I wondered if something had happened. No. It's nothing big. It's just because a bothersome good-for-nothing is throwing a tantrum. A bothersome good-for-nothing? You called them, didn't you? One of them has come already. Ah. I see. They arrived faster than I had expected. At that moment, a shout of something was heard from beyond the crystal ball. Arg. Wait. I'm coming. Seeing Hans shouting fiercely like that, I wondered if a certain person had arrived first. Anyway. I'll see you around the neighborhood soon. Yes. Work hard. I ended my call with Hans. I had gained everything I could gain from utilizing the omnipotent stone, and I had killed the guys who had attempted to steal it. That ended the case related to the stone that granted wishes. I have cleared almost all suspicions of the principal toward me with this case, so that alone is enough. It was time for me to go back to my daily life as Professor Ludger Kelsey again. What bothered me for the moment was Flora Lumos, that girl. I don't think I encountered her in the forest by accident. She had dropped by exactly where I was. Or did she run into the place where I was during the night by accident? And in Silent Forest on top of that? But if it wasn't just a mere coincidence, if she was actually coming for me, that was all the more ridiculous. The Aether Nocturnus that I used erased my own presence, so a mere student shouldn't have been able to sense me. Even the principal hadn't sensed me. Flora Lumos. Or was there something else that was peculiar about her? But the good thing is that, judging from her reaction, she didn't see me using magic. Perhaps it was thanks to the high-tiered destruction spell that was used by the principal that attracted attention instead. But it didn't change the fact that she couldn't erase her suspicions of why I was there. Although I had been silent all the way through. I should be careful. Flora Lumos' behavior also needed to be watched closely. But I had criticized her severely, so she would be quiet for a while, right? I fell asleep late at night while thinking about it. Because I had to wake up early again the next day. In the early morning in front of the professor's office, I saw a girl pacing around in front of the professor's office door and had no choice but to stop my footsteps. Flora Lumos. Oh? PR Professor Ludger. The girl whom I was concerned about because of the encounter the previous day was waiting for me in front of the professor's office. I was sick so I couldn't post until today. Flora Lumos, what the hell is going on here? Flora hesitated to answer Roger's question. Actually, she wanted to ask Roger if he used unusual magic without anyone else's knowledge. But, how do you say that? Smell was the only proof that he had used magic, and only someone with a special constitution like Flora could sense that unique fragrance. So. Why was Roger there that night in the first place? And what was the medicine box he was carrying? She had several questions she wanted to ask, but at the same time she couldn't. Come to think of it, she wasn't particularly good with Roger. Although Roger himself says he does not understand at all, Flora still has not forgotten the humiliation she suffered on the first day of class. All of them were defeats caused by her shortcomings, and even the battle of insults that followed did not end nicely. To her, Roger Kelisai was nothing more than a man worthy of her challenge. Flora was fiddling with the hem of her own uniform skirt. Yeah, that's right. Calm down, Flora Lumos. Even Mr. Roger is sick, that's not my business. Until Flora had put her thoughts together, Roger just stood still and stared at her. Flora coughed a little, and she looked at Roger. And she unwittingly turned her eyes to the side. She felt ashamed when she finally made up her mind and met Roger's eyes. What? Those eyes. Roger was just staring normally, but not at all in his predicament. Roger is a man who turns into a picture just by keeping his mouth shut. His impression is sharp and charisma is felt just by looking at him. Those who receive such a gaze from him will automatically feel embarrassed. That intense, unshakable gaze had something that was difficult to face for more than 3 seconds. It was as if she was dealing with beings higher than the nobility. Is there nothing to say? Roger was not at all embarrassed as he was going to work early in the morning and a student was standing in front of the door, especially a student who may have witnessed his secret. Have you seen it? So you want to threaten me with it? Flora, unaware of his thoughts, panicked at Roger's gaze. In the end, Flora had no choice but to bring out her purpose after hesitating. I heard that you are hiring assistants. Actually, she didn't come here for anything related to teaching. She tried to ask what she had seen in the forest, but she dared not speak, so she switched the topic. In fact, when Roger hired an assistant, she was intrigued. Obviously. Roger nodded her head and agreed with her. Flora clenched her tiny fist tightly and spoke with courage. Can I help you with your work? Raise one of his hands and put it on his chest. For a moment, Roger wondered if he had heard something wrong. What did you just say? I said that I could help you with your assistants. So, did you say that you want to be my assistant now? No. Not that. Flora pursed her lips. Still, she said that he would come and help with the work, as she is a senior in the 2nd year. If it were another teacher, they would thank her immediately and hold her hand, but Roger's reaction was blunt. Hey, even though I look like this, I'm very talented at magic. I know. If you know, why are you reacting like that? Because I no longer need an assistant right now. Yeah? Flora's eyes widened as if she had heard something wrong. Her long dark blue hair shook due to her emotions. What now? It's as you say. I've already hired one assistant, and I don't need another assistant right now. Above all else, I look at things other than magical skills when I hire an assistant. I've already explained this in class. Yes. Roger does not hire assistants simply because of their magical abilities or their background, but because of how diligent and faithful they are to their role. That was the condition Roger put forward. Flora was a little shocked, because what she said with courage was so harshly rejected. She slightly bit her lip and lowered her head. At that moment, Roger's voice rang in her ear. But, I appreciate your kindness. Yeah? Flora shook her head. Weren't you just here to help? Oh, wasn't I? Didn't you misunderstand me? Roger couldn't understand her and decided to act like an adult. Then do that. Well, it's not like that. If there is nothing else to do, I will go in first. No. I have one more question. One more? Roger hoped that the last question would not waste his time or he would be really bitter. As he stared at Flora, she roused her magical powers even though she was pouting. Isn't that what Mr. Roger said back then? If there is anyone who understands my magic, please come and find me. In the last class, Roger showed his students the coordinate designation magic and said that if there is a student who can imitate it, he will give them extra points accordingly. Look at this. Flora said and created a tiny drop of water in the empty space between her and Roger. She didn't stop there, as small pieces of ice formed on the ceiling and the wind blew from the other side of the hallway. Roger's eyes widened as he watched the scene. That was obviously the coordinate designation method he showed in class the other day. It wasn't as sophisticated and neat as he showed, and even the effect is only at a weak level, but the basis is definitely the same as what he showed. You were successful. Because I am a genius. As Roger graciously admitted, Flora naturally raised her nose. What do you want? Do you want to get the extra points as I said then? At first, I thought I would just get the points. Flora didn't think it would be fun then, and halfway through, she changed her mind. I want another reward that is equal to the points. Another reward? Yeah. Flora's request was bold, but she deserved it. Roger pondered for a moment and then nodded his head. Good. Really? She didn't expect that Roger would agree to her request. Of course, she also had her own inner intentions. She can't openly ask him to show her another magic and can't ask him to tell her a secret either. But what if she left that judgment to Roger? She was sure that he would give her a suitable reward. Because Mr. Roger is surprisingly knowledgeable. Roger Kellisai is blunt, hard-headed, and sometimes rude, but he is confident in his words. Come in. Roger said and opened the door to the office. Yes? I told you to come in. Flora swallowed her saliva. Is he saying that the two of them are going into the office alone now? Flora had a strange thought without her knowing, but then she shook her head. Yes. He just told me to come in. Let's not think strange things. She said yes and followed Roger into the office. The office was just like Roger, neat and tidy. It was well organized and there was a strange sense of stability thanks to the pleasant smell of wood and the scent of ink and paper and even the light that softly illuminates the interior space. This is it. Roger guided Flora through a door on one wall of the office. It was a private laboratory dedicated to teachers, where the assistants stayed and Roger himself used to do magic experiments and research. Roger opened the door and went in first and Flora followed. Wide. Flora had such a sentiment as she looked at Roger's laboratory. Usually teachers are all supported with similarly sized labs, but Roger felt particularly large compared to other teachers because there was hardly any clutter that took up space. Is he really from the military? He didn't put anything aside, except for the bare minimum of books, documents, and materials he needed. On a long blackboard on one wall, dense magic circles and theories drawn with magic chalk were visible. What the hell did you study? Most of the writings were merely copying passages from papers or books, which Flora also knew. However, seeing a pattern drawn on one end of the magic board, Flora had no choice but to stop without her knowing. This is... Roger researched the starting point for various magics. She didn't feel much inspiration there, but the pattern she's seeing now is different. Pattern? No. Is that alcohol? But for a drink, the shape is a bit strange. Basically, the magic technique takes on a three-dimensional form as if drawing a picture through lines and planes with magic in the air. Its appearance varies greatly depending on the magic, but there are many things that are basically splendid or create elegant beauty. However, that one painted by Roger was strange, it looked like an ordinary cube. When asked to draw, she could draw even with her eyes closed. However, if there is another small cube inside the cube, and each edge is connected by a line, the story is different. Did he just draw it? No. It's not just a drawing. As she approached and tried to study it, Roger opened his mouth. I was thinking about what to give you. Flora turned to Roger, who looked like he had already decided. The coordinate designation formula I showed. As you feel and use it, it is to set mathematical formulas and coordinates centered on the user, and to manifest magic from distance, controlling the mana used as much as possible, fixing it in the air, and manifesting another technique at the coordinates. Of course, students who can't understand even if I say this won't be able to do it. In fact, Flora Lumos was the same. She could only imitate Roger thanks to her talent. If it's you, it's okay if I show you this. Roger said and began to draw a magic circle in front of him. However, it was very different from the usual magic circle. What is that? Flora unknowingly shook her shoulder. The basic technique is to draw a line of magic in the air to create a three-dimensional picture, but what Roger showed her now was entirely different. It was a technique in magic that showed the possibility of another dimension beyond 3 dimensions. At the same time, Flora's synesthesia was activated, a transcendent sense that it's beyond the limits of the human senses. The moment she felt it with her senses of sight and smell, Flora could not stand the shock and passed out. Flora rubbed her forehead and slowly opened her eyes. What? She fainted when she saw Roger's magic and had a dream that made her feel nostalgic and sympathetic. Her body felt warm as if she was in the arms of her mother, who was now dead. Belatedly, Flora realized she was lying on the sofa. Ah. Flora slowly raised her torso, and discovered that the coat covering her body was running down. She recognized the familiar black frock coat with golden thread. This. Are you awake? Unknowingly, she turned her head toward the place where the voice came from and saw Roger Kelasi, sitting at his work desk, reading. Instead of the coat he usually wears, he wore a pure white shirt and a black vest. His long bangs were slightly pushed back, revealing his forehead, and his usual sharp gaze was diluted thanks to the rimless glasses he wore on his face, further accentuating his intellectual feeling. You don't remember? Yeah? I showed you one magic. It was only then that Flora could remember what Roger was talking about. He showed her a magic and, stunned by the intense sensation, Flora fainted. No, that's... Sir, that's... Flora got up from the sofa, but perhaps because of the shock, her legs lost strength and she fell back on the sofa. Keep sitting. It seems that you have not yet recovered from the shock of fainting. How long has it been? About 30 minutes. About 30 minutes. Flora shook her head and stared at Roger almost as if she was about to eat him. What the hell was that magic? What do you mean? What you showed me right before I passed out. That. Roger replied in a muffled voice as if it was nothing. It was just something I just came up with. It's called Klein disease. Klein disease? Did such magic exist? It is not practical magic in the first place. It's more of an experiment. Is it an experiment? Flora wiggled her lips in disbelief. Others would have thought that it was an unusual type of magic, but Flora knew that Klein's disease was different, it was an innovation. The level of magic that's limited to 3 dimensions was raised. Even after seeing it, Flora could hardly believe that such a magic existed, but she accepted it. Yes. But to Roger, it seemed as if it wasn't a big deal. This is an experiment to see the extent to which the magic created through mana can reach? Is that great thing just an experiment? Teacher is. What the hell are you trying to do? Flora couldn't bear to ask about it because she couldn't possibly fathom the magic Roger was trying to create. The reason he created the Klein disease was because his curiosity for mana was not satiated. Does mana exist purely materially? If so, does mana receive full physical effects? Mana manifested in the form of magic, mana was already something beyond the laws of physics. Magic is the embodiment of mystery, and mana, it's the base. The unknown that has not yet been revealed. With mana one can jump through space, and Klein's disease was created to prove that as it was a magic that can be manifested in 4 dimensions. Mana goes beyond mere space, and can interfere with dimensions beyond that. However, Klein's disease only serves to prove the hypothesis, because there was still not enough research to apply it to other magic. Anyway, I'm glad you woke up. Yes? Come to think of it, Flora fainted in the lab, but when she woke up, she was in Roger's office. Did teacher bring me here? I can't leave a fainted student in the lab. Flora recalled the figure of Roger who caught her when she fainted, and her face turned red in an instant. That. Flora Lumos, are your eyes and nose okay? Yeah? Why all of a sudden? Before Flora could question it, Roger spoke first. Hey, don't you feel magic in a different way? Flora was astonished, because Roger discovered the secret of her peculiar constitution that no one had noticed until now. Damn, how are you? Because I saw it. Did you see it? Every time you look at my magic, your pupils dilate greatly. I found out that you were not looking at the magic spell itself, but the secondary phenomena that resulted from the spell. Flora could not believe that Roger had noticed such a reaction that she was not aware of. And every time you saw a new magic, your fingertips trembled. It's a reflex behavior that occurs when you feel momentary pleasure. In particular, it is good to change the habit of twitching the bridge of the nose. From the looks of it, it seems that you can accept magic with your sense of smell, but it wouldn't be good if you open your nostrils like that. Aha! Flora couldn't stand it and screamed. Why are you screaming? What disrespectful words are you talking about a lady nose? I was talking about your habit. Be careful not to get caught by others. Flora muttered as if fed up with Roger. Roger sighed, stood up from his seat, and walked slowly towards Flora. Don't come near me. I don't know what the misunderstanding was. Roger took his coat from Flora and after waving it in the air a few times, Roger hung it neatly on the hanger. Seeing you screaming so loudly, it seems that your body has recovered properly. You should leave. Yeah? Can't you hear me telling you to leave? Flora asked Roger, still having not cleared her suspicions. Are you not curious? What do you mean? About my unique body. You mean the fact you feel magic in a different way? Right. Flora nodded her head frankly. Her magical synesthesia body had 2 of the 5 senses. If he had been any other wizard, he would not have been able to turn his eyes away from this unbelievable constitution. That's why Flora asked in a worried voice. Not at all. But Roger was different and answered in a firm voice. Yeah? I am not interested in what you are like. That, what? However, it would be better not to tell other people about that constitution. Magicians are very dangerous when they discover something they don't know. Flora read something in Roger's attitude because he seemed to be aware of the magical synesthesia she possessed. In extreme cases, someone might abduct you and use you as a test subject. Gulp. Flora swallowed at Roger's heartfelt warning. At the same time, she couldn't help but think. Why are you so calm? Have you ever met someone with a similar constitution besides me? Teacher, do you know anyone other than me with a constitution similar to mine? Roger didn't answer, instead he raised his hand and pointed to the door of the office. Flora wiggled her eyebrows at the action, but did not follow it. It was a moment, but Roger's face had a somewhat sad look on his face. So she did not dare to ask and had no choice but to leave the office. Teacher knew. He must have met someone else besides me. No, rather than that, how did he know that it would be dangerous if her constitution was discovered? And the subtle expression he showed at the end. Did we know each other? Then Roger's behavior was understandable. He said that he had an acquaintance with a constitution similar to her and that acquaintance suffered harm. If so, who was that person? Man? Woman? If it was a woman, what kind of relationship did the two have? No. Flora shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Yes. Let's just move on today. Just as she was thinking about it, Flora suddenly had such a thought. By the way, I haven't received another award instead of the extra points. Roger showed her Klein's disease and did nothing else because she fainted. Flora looked back at the office door. If I go back in now and ask for the prize. That'd be a bit. I'm stupid too. Why did I forget the most important thing because I was so caught up in something else? Flora wanted to rip her hair out, but time that has already passed cannot be turned back. She left her regret behind and had no choice but to back down this time. At that moment, someone from afar approached her with staggering footsteps. No, to be exact, she was approaching Roger's office. You? Huh? Holding an old book in her arms and walking with careful steps, it was a girl with a rare gray hair color. I remember. Flora is not very interested in other people, but she remembers a few unusual children in her class, and Renee was one of them. At the beginning of the semester, she had a quarrel with an aristocratic student, but the fact that she, a commoner, gets along with the third princess overshadowed that. She is also strikingly beautiful in appearance, so even if people don't want to know her, they can't help but remember her. You. Renee also recognized her Flora and stopped her steps. If she were to name the most famous person in Theon's sophomore year, it's her. She is the daughter of the Duke Lumos and has a natural talent for magic in addition to her beautiful appearance. She has no attributes like herself, but unlike her non-attribute magic, which is difficult to understand the source of, her senior, has her own firm path. But why is that person in front of Roger's office? The two looked at each other without a word. They take Roger's class together, but other than that, there's almost no contact. However, Flora could not help but doubt why Renee had come to Roger's office, especially when she was holding a book. Renee was also wondering why a senior like Flora was standing in front of Roger's office. It was Flora who moved first in that subtle and uncomfortable silence. Huh. She passed Renee as if she wasn't interested. Renee stared at Flora's back and remembered why she came to Roger's office. Oh right. Book. After reading the book on non-attribute magic, she came to return it to the owner, Roger. With that thought in mind, Renee gulped her saliva in front of the door to his office. It was the moment she was about to take a deep breath and then knock. Come in. The door is open. Roger's voice sounded from inside. After Flora left, Roger recalled the conversation he had just had with her. I asked how she found me, but it was because of the smell. Flora Lumos was born with her constitution to feel magic in a different way. When she sees the same magic, she sees different colors and feels different smells. I was skeptical about her at first, but her reaction to Klein's disease convinced me. There was a loophole in my Aether Nocturnus. It was not possible to avoid everyone's gaze by simply erasing my existence. Flora felt the very subtle magical reverberation that flowed in the magic water and found him. She perceives magic through her senses of smell and sight. Indeed, there must have been a reason for being number one in the second year. It's understandable that she made fun of several teachers so far. If so, what to do next? From Flora's reaction, it was as if she had not seen what Roger had done in the silent forest that day. She had a slightly suspicious gaze, but there was no solid evidence. The opponent is a daughter of the Duke family that the Empire is proud of. If I touch her, it will be troublesome. Still, the Academy is buzzing thanks to the recent events, and I can't do anything over the top. However, it seemed necessary to keep an eye on Flora more closely than usual. I'll let Hans do the background check. Even so, I'm sure I'll find someone with that kind of constitution in Theon. After all, this is the best academy that teaches magic. Both teachers and students are extraordinary people. Even those whom I have seen so far were only a small fraction of this academy. Do I have to live in a place like this for 2 years? It's been a while since I've worked here, and 2 big incidents have already occurred. How many more will it happen? It was then that I felt a presence in front of the door. Come in. The door is open. As Roger said that, he felt a shudder through the door, and then the door opened cautiously. A girl with dense facial features, clear blue eyes, and gray hair that is hard to find in Theon poked her face through the half-open door. Is it Renee? Yes. What did you come here for? The book, I finished it. Book. Roger recalled that he had handed Renee a book about non-attribute magic. With only her face sticking out, Renee entered the office with her careful steps. She looked as if she couldn't make the slightest mistake. I thought I should give it back to teacher. You mean that? Yes, Mr. Roger. Roger shook his head and said. The book is not mine. I, too, am only giving further what I have received. Then this book. Keep that book with you. Yes? You may have read it many times, but you will always need it. Sometimes you won't remember parts of it, so it's better to have it just in case. Still. Some things show their value only when they have a suitable user. The book about non-attribute magic will shine more when you have it than if it is in my hands. Roger took a moment to catch his breath and took off the rimless glasses he wore on his face. I believe that you will take good care of it. Renee couldn't say anything because Roger's words cluttered her head. Do you believe in me? Renee was dizzy as Roger's words kept echoing in her head. Why do you believe? Do you have a good reason for that? Or is it simply because I am the owner of non-attribute magic? She suddenly had a thought. Roger knew the previous owner of this book. If so, did he hear something from him? What? That, so. Renee couldn't help but ask. Even when she opened her mouth, only unlisted languages come out. It was because of Roger's outspoken words that her head was not spinning properly. If you have nothing to say, just leave. Classes are starting soon. Yes. In the end, Renee gave up and was forced to leave the office. She walked down the hallway with staggering footsteps as her head was still a mess. *****. Oh right. It was only after she wandered aimlessly and reached her sparse garden that Renee finally regained her sanity. I was going to ask about the assistant position as well. She was so embarrassed and out of context that she didn't even think of asking. By the way, it seems that Senior Flora also came to see Mr. Rudger. Did she come here for Mr. Rudger's assistant position too? As a senior in the second year who holds the title of genius, which is rare in Thean, Flora Lumos was pretty popular even among the freshmen. Although she comes from a great family, she does not belong to a faction unlike other nobles and stays with her childhood friend. No. Let's stop paying attention for now. I have to start preparing for the next class at the library during the rest of the time. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a conversation coming from over the trees in the garden. Renee had no choice but to stop her steps when she saw the students who had finally appeared. They were students from aristocratic families that stood out even from afar. Also, she doesn't get along well with them as usual. Among them, there was a man who left a great impression on Renee when he approached her and wanted to date her as if he was doing her a favor. In the end, Renee relentlessly pushed him away, and naturally, he began to harbor a grudge against Renee. I really hate it. In addition to that, a group of people who were jealous and secretly quarreled after seeing Renee getting along with the third princess recently joined the situation. I didn't know she was going to meet them here. There was no way they would leave her alone. It was better to avoid any clashes, and Renee has realized through her past experiences. She immediately turned her gaze away. Let's go inside. Renee headed deeper into the garden. Since the site of Thean is so wide, even the size of the garden was different. There were marble fountains, colorful flower fields, and a long avenue of trees. Even some artificial forests or small open spaces have been created, and sometimes the students used them to socialize outdoors. Some say that there is a secret place in this large garden that other people don't see, but she didn't know that. Let's hide for now. Renee moved immediately and went inside the garden. Vines and beautiful pink flowers grow to block the sunlight, creating a long tunnel of arched pergola. As she walked through it, it was as if she were passing through a door to another world. As she exited the pergola, she saw the lush greenery. There was a place like this? She had just entered this place and was still not familiar with the geography or structure, so whenever she encountered a new place, she was simply amazed. Renee pricked her ears and listened to the situation outside. Did they go? She could still hear the soft chatter between them. Are they thinking of staying here? I don't think they'll come this far. Killing time in this area in moderation, avoiding the noble students, and going back through a detour were Renee's thoughts when she leaned her back against a suitable tree and suddenly turned her head in one direction. Is this a song? A voice came from inside the forest. Who is inside? It was something she could just ignore, but Renee was curious. Some of the songs are good to listen to, but it's because she felt a sense of déjà vu as if she had heard it somewhere. It feels similar to when I got the book from Mr. Rudger. Renee was curious and unwittingly moved her steps towards the source of the sound. Let's just check. There's still time until Rudger's class anyway. With that in mind, a small open space that greeted Renee, who was heading into the forest. It was not a natural place since the vacant lot was very neat as if someone had been managing it before. Besides, there was even a small flower bed nearby. Who is it? Did the gardener do it? With that thought in mind, she slowly walked towards the center of the vacant lot. The melody that had been heard a while ago was no longer heard. Who are you? This is a place no one comes to. A voice came from behind her back. Renee looked back in surprise and saw someone sitting on a thick branch and looking down at her. Who are you? Well. The young man, who seems to be the owner of the flower bed, questioned her reaction and eventually realized that he had just come here by chance. He let out a small laugh, then jumped off the tree and landed lightly in front of Renee. Renee's eyes widened at the quick movements. Did you come here by chance? Oh, that. Renee was belatedly able to recognize who the other person was. He was a sophomore and above all, the dark blue hair color he had was easy to recognize. Senior. Fruden? Fruden Ulberg, the eldest son of the Ulberg family, who symbolizes the wolf, one of the three duke families of the Exilian Empire. He is also a student who is regarded as the head of the noble faction in Thean. Is this the flower bed that Senior Fruden was managing? Renee realized that she had entered the tiger's den. The rumors about Fruden had already spread among other students, and his notoriety among the commoners grew because he is the leader of a faction made up of noble students who openly despise and harass commoners. He was also the eldest son of the Freudian family, unmatched by anyone except the imperial family, so commoner students were afraid of Fruden. The fact that aristocratic students looked down on and harassed commoners was to the extent that it was even said that this man had given orders from above. For commoner students, Fruden was the final boss to be wary of and fear more than anyone else. To see such Fruden Ulberg alone in a place like this. No, it's ruined. Renee thought about whether she should run away right now. Sorry for the lack of post, but I had stomach issues and I was bedridden for 3 days. If you knew I'm a commoner, won't you attack right away? Renee swallowed her saliva. She was at the point where she wondered if he could just pretend she didn't know and get out. You? Fruden looked at Renee and raised an eyebrow, then he approached her. Renee's stomach was burning at the sight of him staring at her with a slightly skeptical look. Did the leader of the noble faction even recognize her? Will he remember the Dynama incident and ask her to take responsibility now? Renee's head was spinning in a complicated way. According to the rumors she had heard, Fruden was famous as a demon that hated commoners and had no mercy. Meanwhile, Freud did not take his eyes off Renee. When his gaze finally settled on the book about the non-attribute magic that Renee was holding in her arms, she hid the book behind her back without realizing it. Fruden narrowed his eyes. You. Yes? No, nothing. When Renee reacted too violently, Fruden shook his head. How did you get here? Ordinary students would not come this far. Well, that. Renee pondered how she was going to answer. Fruden was suspicious of Renee's attitude and narrowed his eyes even more. Renee choked her chest at the sight. Fruden is a handsome man that stands out, his skin is white and his jawline is thin, so he has a very sharp image, but he has a lot of charisma because of his unique eyes and the parted hairstyle that exposed the forehead raised his mood even higher. Since the rumors were so strong, Renee answered frankly to her fear that she might die if she lied. I heard someone singing. Singing? Yeah, I wouldn't have come if I knew this was senior space. Really? Trust me. Fruden looked at her with slightly widened eyes, then turned his gaze away and murmured. You heard a song? Yeah. Song. How was it? Yes? I'm pretty sure you came here by chance. Really? Thank God. Instead, I want you to keep it a secret from other students. This is my personal space, and even my bodyguards don't know about it. Huh. At Fruden's attitude, which was completely different from what she had heard, Renee lost her voice for a moment. Hey, aren't you mad? Angry? Why? Oh no, I'm a commoner. She couldn't even say those words, so she just muttered to herself. I will not blame you for coming here. All you have to do is keep what you saw in this place a secret. Of course. I won't tell anyone. Really? Are you going to promise? Yeah. I promise. The conversation went better than she expected and Renee started doubting the rumors about Fruden. Maybe you have mistaken me for a nobleman? I don't think so. At least according to the rumors she heard, Fruden Ulberg always had a cold attitude that seemed to prey on someone. However, the Fruden she is facing now did not do that at all, and the cute flower bed jumped into her eyes. Did Senior raise them all? Judging by his reaction, this must be Fruden's personal space. Senior Fruden made this. That Fruden? The eldest son of the House of Ulberg, one of the 3 dukes of the Empire? He is a symbol of fear for commoners and even for aristocrats. At least the aristocrats she knows are extravagant and brag all the time about their hobbies like buying expensive clothes, buying fancy accessories, or having tea parties, but Fruden was different. What a simple noble. Is it possible that Senior Fruden sang that song too? If so, from whom did he learn the song? Renee tried to ask, but she immediately withdrew. No. It's much better not to draw attention here. Fruden's unexpectedly merciful nature, contrary to what she knew, made it a better choice for her to take advantage of this opportunity to leave. Sorry, I won't speak about this with anyone. Today I didn't see anything. Yep. So I'll just go. Yes. Fruden didn't really want to look down on her or make fun of her since she was a commoner. Then, I'm going. Renee stepped backwards slowly. Renee. Yeah? If you want to come, you can come again. Yeah? You can come. I will give you special permission. Renee didn't understand what the hell this meant. She didn't know if he was serious or was just kidding with her. Ah yes. As she moved away from Fruden, she could only think that she was dreaming because today's been full of incredible things, and with quick steps, she escaped from Fruden's secret garden. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rudger's class has begun. He came in right on time for a lecture and scanned the pulpit where the students were sitting. Before this, they seemed quite bored, but after showing the coordinate designation magic, the students' concentration had returned. In this state, a month should be sufficient. Rudger shook his head with satisfaction and opened his mouth. The first test period is coming soon. That soft voice reverberated throughout the classroom. There are many tests to be taken during the school year, but the word first came heavily to the students. In particular, this is the first exam for the freshmen who just entered Theon. As I told you last time, I plan to teach source code only to high-ranking students who do well in exams. Rudger continued. Of course, I am not teaching the entire source code. What you guys can get from the first test is one of the frameworks that make up the source code. The source code formula consists of a total of 4 frameworks. In other words, if they want to learn the entire source code, the students must be in top 5 for all 4 tests that take place during the semester. I wonder who will learn the entire source code this semester. Gulp. Some of the students swallowed and clenched their fists. Their responses were half mixed with anticipation and tension, but in the midst of that, there were some who showed leisure. As this is the first test, there will be no difficult content. It's a test to check how carefully you listen to my classes based on the basics. A sigh of relief erupted everywhere at Rudger's words. I think you know everything about the subject itself, but just in case you don't know, I'll tell you again. If anyone doesn't know yet, write it down now. As soon as the words came out, the students took out their pens. Even if they already knew, they decided to write it down in case of any unforeseen circumstances. TSK. It's stupid. Flora laughed at the students' actions since she already remembered everything Rudger had taught in her mind. Of course, I remember everything because I'm smart. It's not because I never thought that the teacher's class was good. While she was rationalizing herself, Rudger introduced the subjects one by one to the students. The range of questions will be from Mathematics first volume, the basics of natural sciences, and the basics of understanding and introduction to elements. There are a total of 20 questions, and all of them are subjective. In addition, in the case of a problem that requires calculation, he even warned firmly to write down the entire math. Even if the answer is correct, if the explanation is strange, it will be considered incorrect. In the opposite case, I will still give partial points. So, don't go over what you know vaguely, and review properly. Rudger's explanation was clear, and the students didn't even have any more questions to ask. It's my first test, so I'll go lightly. Lightly? It's an open book test. Yes? To that call, some freshmen responded by asking why, while an unexpected reaction burst out among the second graders. You're still a freshman, so you don't know the meaning of the open book test. People think an open book test, it's a very easy test, because you just have to look at the answers and write them down, but it's the opposite. There is only one case when a teacher has allowed students to open books. He will make the exam so hard that it will be difficult to solve it even if the students use the book. The second graders laughed at the first graders. Renee, who knew what open book meant, did not stop writing notes even though she had a slightly blank expression on her face. Then she suddenly felt a gaze and turned her head. Huh. Flora Lumos was looking at her, but that gaze just disappeared as if passing by. What? However, Renee felt a strange sense of uneasiness. She felt as if Flora was somehow looking at her with a slightly wary gaze. The explanation of the test ends here. I will start the class right away. With the following words of Rudger, Renee had no choice but to put an end to her doubts. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Soon after the class was over, the night came, announcing that the holidays were approaching. Rudger immediately finished getting ready to go out, and rode a wagon down to Leathervelk. Today was the day of the meeting about how to deal with the behind-the-scenes world of Leathervelk. Dressed in a long black coat, he pressed his hat deep down as he stood on the sidewalk. At that moment, a black-coated car stopped in front of him. One of the car doors opened and a familiar face appeared. "Brother, let's go." "Where did you get the car?" Roger asked, sitting in the back seat naturally. Hans, who took the steering wheel, responded while starting the car. "Well, the enemies of the Red Society were working on this and that. Among them was the transportation industry, and I just brought the best performing vehicles they had." "Oh, of course, I am not saying that I use it for personal purposes. We have to be stylish when we go to the meeting." "Yes. How are you going?" Roger pulled out his one-eyed glasses from his inner pocket, put them on, and cleaned his collar. "I will go as I always have." "Haha. You are my brother." Hans drove to the meeting point. Eventually, they stopped at a street-side bar, lit up with colorful lights. From the entrance, customers were swarming and nearby women were waving their hands in thick makeup to solicit. "It's needlessly flashy." "Well, wouldn't it be better than doing it in a dirty and dreary place?" "Yeah. Let's get off." The two got out of the vehicle. The pub was cluttered by the laughter of women with heavy makeup and perfume, and men approaching like bees, drawn to the smell of honey. There were people who were drinking and shouting loudly, and there were people playing musical instruments. It's pretty noisy. Because this place is quite famous and it is a bar with a total of 4 floors, so there are bound to be many customers. Roger and Hans entered and looked around. "Where's the meeting place?" "4th floor." "Is it at the top?" "Up to the 2nd floor, the general public can use it, but from the 3rd floor, it is agreed that only authorized people can enter." The two had a light conversation and went up to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was not much different from the 1st floor. The place was full, and it was noisy like the 1st floor. The only difference is that there were guards on the 2nd floor. As Hans said, the stairs leading to the 3rd floor were blocked by 2 guards with a strong body. Only authorized people go further. "Here." Hans held out the invitation he had prepared in advance. The guard checked it, and without saying a word, he turned to open the way. "Let's go, brother." "Yes." Hans took the lead and Roger followed. The guard's gaze lingered on his back, but he lightly ignored it. Eventually, when he reached the 3rd floor, Roger immediately understood why this place was a high-end bar. It's so quiet that it can't be compared to the noisy 1st and 2nd floors. Even though it was so noisy below, the 3rd floor was soundproof. The interior is more luxurious and the customers were all dressed in neat and tidy clothes, enjoying the moody atmosphere and sipping alcohol lightly. The scarlet light made the atmosphere dreamy, but Roger and Hans' goal is 1 floor higher. It was the highest place in this bar, where only the most important people could gather. The two climbed the wooden stairs and arrived on the 4th floor. Unlike the 3rd floor, which was like a wide hall, the 4th floor had a long hallway. "Is it a room type?" It was a very suitable place for a quiet conversation. "What room?" "At the end. It is the innermost place." "Is there no one guarding this place?" "Ah. Maybe it's because this place is so special." "A special place?" Hans explained the information he had picked up. "It is said that this bar has been used a lot as a meeting place for the organizations behind Leathervelk from before. As a result, an unwritten rule was set among themselves, and it was that they would never fight within it." "Don't fight." "Well, even those who betray each other and live a damn life have iron rules or beliefs that they follow." "That's right." Roger shook his head. "As you know, this world also has its own rules. And this is where the discipline is most strongly applied. Inviting us to such a place. It's just to make sure we're really following the rules. It's fun." Roger smiled slightly. They have guts to target someone who destroyed the Red Society alone. If Roger had been a little more eccentric or cruel, blood would have flown through the 4th floor of this bar today. Still, to invite him would mean that they were confident. "Come in." "Yes." Eventually, the two of them reached the end of the hallway, opened the door, and went inside. Various foods were placed on a large round table made of wood, and those who sat at the table kept a certain distance from each other. The number of important characters is 4 in total. Roger's gaze first turned to the person seated to the right of the table. He had a beard on his face, but what caught his eye the most was his absurdly small stature, unbelievably small for an adult. Dwarfism. Also called short stature, it has the same body structure as a normal person, but is close to a kind of disorder with only the height being too small. Is this person the leader of a group? In a world where human rights are not yet sufficiently developed, his disability must have made life difficult. Rudger noticed that this dwarf man was the leader of the circus, Pinion. Next, he looked at the two people sitting in the middle right opposite to each other. Is it an old man and a girl? This, too, was a striking combination. An old man with gray hair and a grumpy impression, and a cute blonde girl like a doll. However, since they are gathered here, those two are also the heads of one organization. They are the leaders of the group Old Kids, Mistella and Dion. The child is surprisingly the one who has the initiative. Ordinarily, the older Dion would be seen as the leader, but Rudger did not think so because he felt a strong analyzing gaze from Mistella. She knows how to manage her facial expressions, and although she is young, she is clever. And lastly, the women of the Black Rose. There was only one person sitting to the left of the table. She was a lady in a black dress, with hair braided up and her face was covered with black cotton. Is that woman, Violetta, the one who leads the women of the Black Rose? Except for the Red Society, the heads of the behind-the-scenes world of Leathervalk had all gathered in one place and even a small number of subordinates escorted them. Rudger sat down in the seat reserved for him and opened his mouth. James Moriarty. His monocle gleamed in the light. Everyone calls me that. The first to react was Violetta, and an alluring voice came from beyond the black cotton yarn. Are you really that legendary man who ruled the Delica Kingdom? You know me well. James Moriarty, the de facto ruler of the Delica Kingdom, famous for its steel industry, and who even worked with the military to start a war with other countries. As those words came out of her mouth, the atmosphere in the room became even heavier. In particular, Hans, who stood almost behind Rudger, did not hide his uncomfortable feelings. Rudger nodded happily. One troublesome detective ate it all up, though. After that I thought you died or were arrested. I didn't expect you would show up like this in Leathervalk. So, for what purpose did you come here? Are you planning to start a war in the Empire? Violetta's voice had a strange edge. The other leaders stared intently at Rudger, perhaps of the same opinion as her. That's a nonsensical thing to say. Violetta's words were just ridiculous. How could they speak of war without knowing the reality of what happened in the Delica Kingdom? I don't think like that. Did such a person destroy the Red Society as soon as he came here? There was something dirty in front of me, so I just cleaned it up. Rudger said as if he was indifferent to the fact that he had wiped out the Red Society, but no one argued because he did it with overwhelming skill. So what do you want? It was Pinion, the leader of Circus, who opened his mouth this time. He had a hoarse voice that didn't suit his small body, and Rudger noticed that he was smoking. Coming here and accepting our invitation means that you have a purpose. Yes. Rudger had nothing to hide, so he meekly nodded his head. I want to build my power here. Pinion tapped the armrest of his chair with his finger. That answer is not enough. Do you need more explanation? If you got rid of the Red Society simply to create your own force, that's fine. The Red Society had a dirty personality and was our enemy. The important point is this. Is there any guarantee that the new organization created by the famous James Moriarty will not become a second Red Society? The second Red Society, that's what they were worried about. The Red Society did anything that made money, and they crossed the line even in the back alley, so they united to fight against them. Up until now the three organizations had only managed to maintain a balance by working together, but that balance was broken by an individual who appeared out of the blue. Were you worried about that? The complexion of the people hardened at Rudger's sullen tone. It was a serious matter to them, but Rudger said it as if it was nothing. Of course he had the qualifications to do so. Rudger smashed the Red Society alone, and in a way, he was more dangerous than them. Then it would be better to clear up the misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding are you talking about? Dion raised an eyebrow and asked. Rudger shook his head once and then pointed at Mistella with his chin. Say it yourself. What? Grandpa Dion, it's okay. Mistella stared at Rudger with her curious eyes. You've noticed that I've done it. A child with innate talents and circumstances is far more frightening than an old man who does nothing in the world. So what are you saying we are misunderstanding? If I was going to get rid of you because I thought you were annoying, I would have done that long ago. It was a blatant remark, but no one was angry or upset. But the reason I didn't do it is because I also have a line that I must keep. So what are you trying to say? At least you guys are far better than the Red Society dead at my hands. I don't have to pretend with you guys, that's why I joined this meeting. At least, when he hinted that he had no hostility, their vigilant gazes faded a little. However, they didn't trust him. So what are you going to do now? All of the infrastructure and businesses of the Red Society are nominally owned by you. Pinion wiggled his mustache and ate the turkey leg that was in front of him. Pinion, can't you please stay still, at least in this place? I'm sorry, Auntie. I'm not as noble as you. Auntie? That's why you uncultured people. Both of you, do it in moderation. Mistella came forward and mediated. Rudger seemed to have a rough idea of how these three organizations worked. Their relationship is bad, but there are people who can mediate the situation in moderation. So, are you going to keep the structure of the Red Society intact? At Mistella's bold question, Rudger shook his head. I wouldn't keep such a messy thing. Then you must be thinking of something great, right? Yes. When he decided to create an organization, Rudger had already made a plan, and Leathervelk will be the cornerstone for that. I am going to start a new business different from what the Red Society did, a business that can be carried out more proudly. Business, that sounds really interesting. Violetta said in a sarcastic tone. How proud would they be if the business they were running in the back alley was honest? Even if they don't do drugs and human trafficking like the Red Society, they can't brag about their business. Reading their thoughts, Rudger grinned. If you think that way, that will be your limit. I beg your pardon? Since everyone is gathered, let me make one suggestion. It was the time to reveal his purpose. Everyone, come under me. That will bring you success. The room was filled with heavy silence. What the heck? Violetta's voice trembled as if she could not believe what Rudger said, and the rest had a similar reaction. In the case of Pinion, his lips were twitching and he wanted to start spewing insults. Brother, what are we going to do now? Hans, who was standing behind me, signaled me urgently and asked. He also seemed a bit embarrassed by what I said. Did you think that I was here to have a peaceful discussion? If so, it's time to correct that misunderstanding. I think you didn't understand, so let me tell you one more time. Everyone will come under me. At his arrogant words, Violetta showed her objection. Disgusting. She didn't hide her feelings. I thought you would be different because you got rid of the Red Society and still decided to have a conversation with us, but you and the Red Society are the same. Same? Aren't you forcing us to work for you? Did it look like that? I beg your pardon? I know what they're worried about. Of course, I am not demanding unconditional submission from them. You can keep your business. As an organization, money is essential, and of course, they must earn money in the best possible way. However, the biggest source of money was held tightly by the Red Society. Don't you want to make big money? I made them an offer that they couldn't refuse. Big money? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Naturally, the responses that come back are full of questions, so I decided to kindly explain. I got rid of the Red Society and took possession of the various business sites they occupied, but to be honest, we don't have enough people to operate all of them. When I spoke openly about our weaknesses, Hans was astonished. He must have been desperately hiding this fact from other organizations, but in this case, it is convenient to just let it out in the open. Our organization is not yet large. As a result, inevitably, there will be fields that have not been covered yet, so I will hand over the business to you. Mistella asked suspiciously. What do you mean? I shrugged. Didn't I say? You come under me. You mean you're letting us take over part of your business instead of going under you? If you don't want to come under me, you don't have to, but I will give you a part of the business that I don't need anyway. How you use it is entirely up to you. I do not understand. What do you want? At this point, they will have no choice but to feel something beyond their doubts. As you know, I am in a difficult position to be active right now. If I try to act as James Moriarty, the Imperial Security Agency will probably move in and try to catch me, as was the case with that detective kid. What I want is to build my own firm power. However, I didn't want to make pointless enemies. I don't want useless disputes. Huh. Is the person responsible for eradicating the Red Society saying that? It was necessary to get rid of them. Had they been left, they would have caused problems in some way. Says the one who started a war in Delica Kingdom. Violetta said sarcastically, while I shrugged lightly. If you don't want to believe, you don't have to. However, I would like to hear your answer here. Will you join hands with me or not? Of course, I'm not going to force you. Even if they don't hold hands with me, they will get a part of the business. For them, there is nothing to lose. The chiefs exchanged glances with each other and weighed whether what I'm saying is true and whether it's really good to hold hands with me. Can I know exactly what that business is? Pinion coughed and asked. Pinion, what are you doing? Don't meddle, Violetta. At first, our circus said that it was short on supplies. If we can make money, we will do anything. This snob. Let's talk straight. In the end, this is what matters in this world. Pinion made a money shape with his hand and shook it left and right. After all, without money, we are nothing. Doesn't it mean that people who are despised need money to live like human beings in this world? I don't understand the way you live your life. When it comes to business that makes money, we welcome it with open arms. Pinion said that, but he didn't fully believe me. Of course, I want to hear in advance what that business is. Well, no matter how dangerous it is, isn't our life like that? Don't feel bad. I understand. I nodded. Pinion's attitude is understandable. He has a disability called dwarfism and the organization he leads is similar to a circus troupe of people with disabilities. There is a thing called a freak show, a show that gathers deformed people and turns them into spectacles and makes money through the circus. In the 18th century, when human rights did not really exist in Europe, this freak show was popular. This circus run by Pinion is also based on this freak show. However, the general difference is that the manager himself has a disability. Pinion is not simply trying to take advantage of people with disabilities in similar circumstances. They made this choice only because they could not survive without doing a freak show. I promise. I will never do anything that puts you in danger. Pinion's eyes widened at my words. So, what kind of business it is, can we hear a little bit about it? Of course. Pinion, do you know what kind of entertainment the nobles enjoy? Well, they enjoy opera and music. What is often called opera is the main culture of the nobility of this era. Not only the aristocrats, but also the wealthy enjoy this. It's a majestic tale of gods and heroes with boring and old-fashioned stories from the tragedy of the ancient kingdom. But why are you asking that? Surely our circus can't do that? No way. Isn't it too old-fashioned for nobles to enjoy now? What I recommend is higher than that. More than that? Not more flashy, more fun. Pinion didn't seem to understand what I was saying. That's natural, for people of this day and age, what I am going to introduce is a very unfamiliar word. Do you know what a musical is? Cal? A splendid performance that combines singing, dancing, and theater. It's lighter, more bouncy, and freer than opera, so it's the best way for them. It's about telling a story with the right mix of play and song, and joyfully expressing it with colorful stage lighting and dancing. How is that different from what the nobles enjoy? It's freer. You don't necessarily have to just sing. What is important is harmony, and you can dance. Is that what we do? Yes. I remember the first time I came to Leathervalk and wandered around the city, people singing and dancing on the street. There is music and dance in this world, so I seriously consider the existence of musicals. Do you think it will work? Yes. And I'm sure of this, because history tells me. Looking at the development of the culture of this era, the appearance of musicals will happen someday anyway. Not now, but it is highly likely that it will appear in at least 10 years. Are you interested? I don't know yet. Don't worry about that. Let me show you the materials I have prepared. Obviously, there will be some backlash at first. There will be people who look down on them, saying it's a low-key thing. However, just like the flow of history, the emergence of popular culture is not something that a few incumbents can prevent. I took out the script book I had prepared in advance and handed it to Pinion. Pinion took it coldly and scanned the contents quickly. The sound of turning the pages ended and Pinion said, "It seems certain that you have a clear vision. Let's do well." Those words were, in effect, the same as declaring that he would hold my hand. It's surprising. The heads of old kids, Mistella and Dion, looked at me with slight disbelief. Did they think I would use my strength to suppress them? What the hell do you want here, Moriarty? Change. I answered without hesitation. Most of the people in the industrial area and Forges Street were not well recognized. The only place to go for those living here is the soot-filled factories in the industrial complex. Over 18 hours of hard work a day, a dull gray world with no pleasure whatsoever that leads to a dark future. I want to change that. I want change. If I do that, this Forges Street where ordinary people live will become the Broadway of Leathervalk. And, of course, that will start with the people gathered here. The first work, yes. I like Leathervalk's West Side Story. There are no more back alleys of the past. Now this place will change to a place where people can live, not a dark, damp, stinky place. It is not possible to separate levels and divide classes forever. What they need to see is not a sludge of dirty, rotting water, but to look at the sky and live. I decided to give them hope, and that will look like the sweetest fruit to those gathered here. Of course, I can advise other organizations besides Circus on business ideas that are suitable for them. Violetta and Mistella's gaze contained a strange aspiration. Are you serious about listening to me now? It's amazing. As we safely left the meeting room, Hans felt as if he was dreaming. What do you mean? The idea's brother brought up. Even I, who is proud to say that I have seen and heard many things in my own way, have never seen such a thing in my life. Well, it's nothing. It doesn't matter. Didn't you think of it all? I, too, just saw other people's things and thought of them. I can't say they're my ideas. I'm just suggesting a path based on the history of Earth I've seen. This is not something I came up with, but a path that pioneers of an era made with blood and sweat, so there is no reason to pretend they were my ideas. Still, it's surprising, all the organizations have made a promise to obey your words. They said they'd come under me, but that doesn't mean they're completely obeying my orders. I understand their feelings, so I don't regret it, because I haven't shown much yet for them to trust and follow me. So, I must successfully finish this project and win their sincere loyalty. There are many businesses that can be used, and the basic funds are enough. Businesses used by the Red Society, or the money they have saved up, and even Belbot Rickson's slush fund. But that's not what's important right now. I stopped, turned around, and stared at the corner of the alley. If there is something you want, come out. Yes? Shortly after Hans asked what that meant, a woman hiding in the dark appeared, a lady with a black veil over her face and black old-fashioned attire. She was Violetta, leader of the Women of Black Rose. Looks like you have something else to say, seeing that you didn't even bring an escort. Yes. I would like for the two of us to have a quiet conversation. That's right. Hans. Yes, brother. Go first. Are you okay? I was a little worried. Hans shrugged his shoulders and quickly disappeared through the alleyway. It was only me and Violetta who were left in that place. Would you like to walk for a while? No. We'll just talk here. Okay. There were many things she wanted to ask me, so she brought up the subject right away. Do you really think our business will do as you say? When it comes to business, it is. I suggested a musical to Circus, led by Pinion. It was because I had a vision that suited it, and I thought I could do it, but the Women of the Black Rose are different. I can't expect splendid showmanship like Circus has from them. If so, how should they conduct business? The answer I came up with was fashion. Clothing, apparel, and design, that's what I suggested to them. Do you think you can't? In this world, clothes occupy a considerable mainstream in the market. From time immemorial, people have tried to show off their style through clothing, and they do not hesitate to spend a lot of money for it. It was still the same today. The clothing market is dominated by aristocrats and wealthy merchants. Right. They built their own solid brands and are solidifying their position every day. It's a place where no one can squeeze in. I nodded. Those who are considered the leaders in the current fashion world are brands that sell professional clothing to the aristocrats. Expensive and good material, beautiful and colorful design, that's called haute couture. For the upper class, it refers to clothing and clothing stores that are custom-made by individual designers. It is no different in this age as it is the property of the nobles. Whenever a banquet hall or a party is held, the ladies always wear clothes with these brands. This culture or situation has already become entrenched, and for the past decade or so, it has refused to change itself. Do you think we can break through? It will be difficult. When it comes to fashion in this world, it is only for the rich and wealthy, but that doesn't mean that people can't be involved in fashion just because they don't have enough money. Naturally, the logic of the market is, after all, the logic of money, so the flow has no choice but to follow those who have money. Fashion always changes, and now fashionable clothes have been around for too long. It's time to slowly change the water. It's not as easy as it sounds. Surprisingly, you know a lot about the fashion world, don't you? At my point, Violetta bit her mouth like a person who has been fooled. You must have been very interested. So what? Violetta asked, furiously. Her job is to be a prostitute who is despised by society. Although she is the head of a group and she has beautiful looks, the stigma still remains. No matter what she does, she can never escape her stigma. There is nothing that can't be done. No, rather, if there is a lot of interest, we can see that it is fortunate that we agree with each other. You really think that is possible? Did you not see the design drawings I gave you? The clothes designs I gave her were less than 10, but it must have been quite a shock to Violetta. Unlike the clothes that insist on only beautiful and flashy like now, it was rather close to the opposite, lighter and more comfortable clothing. It is not a fashion that only a selected few can lead, but a method that the public can choose. Mass fashion aimed at the many, not high fashion for the few. No, in this case, I should call it pret-a-porter, a ready-to-wear suit. The clothes that clothing brands are selling now are just for show, and it's difficult to wear them in everyday life. So, clothes that have been sublimated into more practical designs were born, clothes that can be worn on a daily basis but with the image of luxury. It was not the exclusive property of the nobility, but a path that could be chosen by a larger number of the population. In fact, even in the history of Earth, after the Industrial Revolution occurred, large-scale production became possible, so the old fashion faded and these popular clothes began to take shape. The upper-level culture was left behind and inevitably pushed aside by the popular culture. Yes, I saw them and they were definitely surprising. I didn't think a man like you would come up with such an idea. It's not mine. I also got it from someone else. Whatever it is, this is definitely innovative. Of course, there are a lot of things that need to be fixed, and there are things that are annoying. It's up to you. What I am trying to do in the first place is to bring those who were in the shadows to the sun. At the same time, it is no different than declaring an all-out war against the culture enjoyed by the high society. It is said to be a change that will come someday, but as long as it is pushed forward, clashes with the older generation will be unavoidable. But we will definitely win. History has proven it. Although magic that did not exist on Earth exists in this world that is full of mysteries, there are bound to be some similar situations in places where people live. Wherever people live, the winds of change are sure to blow. How long can we live under the hood? It's surprising. What do you mean? At first I thought you were a hard and cold man, but now I see that you have more ambition than anyone else. Thanks for the compliment. I answered by gently lowering the fedora hat on my head. Anyway, the ladies of the Black Rose will open a clothing store based on some of the businesses I handed over. It is premature to start dealing with luxurious things, like a tailor shop from the start. Right now, they will be selling mainly clothes that the public can wear, but they will be different from the clothes that are now widely spread on the street. We will start small, but gradually expand our scope. In particular, the woman in front of me has a better eye for fashion than others. Was it a natural talent, or was it that she worked hard? Maybe it was both. It seems that she has been holding back for a long time because of her lowly origin, but she doesn't have to now. She is free to use whatever she wants. Now I don't have to worry about protecting my sisters from others. If you are such a person, then I will come forward. In order for them to freely do what they want, they need support and I will do that role. Is that so? If you want to get some ground, you should think about applying magic to fashion. At my words, Violetta trembled greatly. Her expression was invisible because of her black yarn, but it was easy to see that she was astonished. Did you think I didn't know? How did you know? A wizard recognizes a wizard. Violetta, who was only a high-class prostitute, was able to create a power like the women of Black Rose and Leathervelk Underworld, because she was a wizard. Yes, it is at a level that is insignificant. No matter how insignificant it is, if you don't have talent, you won't be able to learn even that magic. Who did you learn from? It was just one of those rich wizard guests. He gave me a little candy because I served him while wearing a mask, and he was so happy that he taught me some magic. I see. Yeah, I couldn't cast off the status of a high-class prostitute. No matter how much she knows how to use magic, in the end, her identity is fixed there and does not change. Are you really going to lift us up like this? That is Violetta's true intention after all. She had ambitions, but she had no choice but to hide them. That's how the weak are in society. They are despised and despised by everyone, and for that reason, there is only one place to lean on, the deep bottom of the class system. The wall they felt was so large that they had no choice but to give up before even trying to do anything. Even Violetta, who is trying so hard to pretend to be strong, has anxieties about this business in her heart, so other people will be shocked. Sure. Seriously. The important thing is not who does it, but how well you do it. Aren't you curious? What? When they saw the people they had been ignoring and looking down on, horribly chasing up from below. How will those high-ranking people react? Ahahaha. At my words, Violetta grabbed her stomach and chuckled. It was not like a lady who had been polite before this, but like a girl who had thrown off a heavy load. Ha ha ha. That would be really fun. Yes. It is well worth the challenge. Okay. I'll admit it. James Moriarty, you win. We women of the Black Rose will trust you. As Violetta said so, she lifted up her veil that covered her face. Since we've decided to be together, I can't hide it forever. As felt by her voice and graceful behavior, she was quite a beauty. However, a terrible burn was engraved on one side of the woman's face, which should have been more beautiful than anyone else. Is it a burn caused by magic? Well, what can I do? A crazy wizard who mistook his twisted possessiveness for love did this because I decided to endure from the moment I learned magic. I didn't ask what happened to the wizard because a wizard will not be punished by the state for only inflicting a wound on the face of a prostitute. He's probably living a good life somewhere. Nevertheless, Violetta stood up to protect women in a situation similar to hers, until she was subjected to such a thing. She gave up her dream and future as a woman to do that. Isn't it ugly? No. You are a very strong woman. So she liked it even more. She believes in such a person and can work with them. I appreciate the lip service. Did it sound like that? Then I should give her something too. Since you showed me something, it would make sense for me to show you one thing too. Yes? Stay still. As I said that, I slowly reached out towards Violetta's face. She opened her eyes wide and was bewildered at the sight, but when she met my gaze, she stood still with a determined face. As you know, I am a wizard. Yes. With that power, the Red Society was wiped out. I don't think you're trying to say such an absurd thing to use magic to heal my wounds, right? It's already too late to fix this burn. Healing priests of the Lumensis Church also gave up. That would be the case with normal magic. Normal magic? Violetta didn't seem to understand what I was saying. Maybe I don't even know how to explain it. What are you trying to do? Just keep in mind that it's real magic. Real magic. I said only that and raised a small amount of magical power. At the same time, I used some of the power I normally suppressed. In a dark alleyway where only the moonlight that comes down through the cracks illuminates us, a pure white light that warms even the heart gently rose and disappeared. Okay. Eventually, I let go of the hand I had placed on Violetta's burn marks. Yeah? Check your face. Violetta immediately took out a hand mirror and looked at her face. The burn marks that had covered a side of her face had disappeared as if washed away. Her trembling gaze turned to me. Damn, how are you? What did you do? Didn't I tell you? I shrugged my shoulders lightly. It's real magic. You don't have to cover your face anymore. You have a beautiful face at best, but wouldn't it be better to show it off? Violetta's face reddened. She hurriedly backed away from her and pulled down her black veil to cover her face. Thank you for your words, but I'm comfortable with it for now. Roger did not respond and Violetta calmed her pounding chest. That's weird. Why is her heart beating so fast? It feels like someone is stomping their feet. No way. While doing this, I promised myself that I would not give my heart to anyone. She thought that her heart would not like and longing for someone, because she is a prostitute who is despised by everyone. She has been that way to this day and will always be. Yes. It's just the joy of having the old scars go away. Having sorted out her feelings, Violetta barely regained her reason. She touched the spot where her scar had been with her hand. The rough touch disappeared and her smooth skin was felt. He healed scars that even priests have given up on healing in an instant. Is this real magic? Magic is magic, but what is real magic? Even Violetta, who had learned magic over time, couldn't understand the words. He seemed to shake her whole definition of magic. So what are you going to do now? For now, I'm going to do the work as directed, starting from tomorrow. It's good because it's fast. Violetta has also seen and heard many things. How dangerous is this man named James Moriarty in front of her, and how great he is. His abilities were clearly demonstrated a while ago. It was only a small favor that he erased her scars. He gave her good intentions as if it was only natural. The more he places a greater meaning on it, the more he loses. Naturally, Violetta realized in this dark alleyway, facing each other, that he is a different person from her. Today's meeting was impressive, but I'll be going now. Violetta. Rudger's voice catches Violetta as she is about to leave and she stops walking. What? Rudger was staring at her back as complicated thoughts rushed through her mind. His gaze glared over as if penetrating the darkness. Why are you calling me, whoa? Violetta couldn't finish her words. Rudger stretched out his arms and hugged her back, pulling her tight. Violetta was taken aback by the sudden event. What are you doing? Just as she was about to argue like that, an arrow flew past her cotton yarn. The tip of the arrow that pierced into the wall trembled. Violetta saw it and murmured as if in dismay. Surprise attack? I think so. Rudger said so and roused his magical powers. Come out. As soon as those words were finished, people with weapons appeared one after another from all over the alleyways. Rudger narrowed his eyes as he looked at them. They didn't bring a firearm. In other words, knowing that he was a wizard, they even prepared for it. Come to think of it, an arrow that was fired during the surprise attack. Is it a crossbow? They are even using stuff like this? It's a deliberate way to target a wizard. Rudger had no choice but to nod his head as he recalled whether he had caused someone to resent him to the point where he was suddenly attacked in a back alley like this. Is it the rest of the remaining Red Society? James Moriarty. Among the besieging crowd, a man in his mid-30s, with a messy beard, revealed his yellow teeth and grinned. I can't believe that such a giant is walking around alone without an escort. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I don't know who you are. You are going to die soon anyway. You fool. Do you not know how the Red Society disappeared? Yeah, I know that you are a wizard, but you think we weren't prepared for that? Rudger realized that the magical energy he had been generating was not working properly and sighed inwardly. Things aren't very good. It took a lot of energy to fix the scar on Violetta's face, and it takes time to recover. He didn't expect to be attacked at this time. Let me go. Excuse me. Violetta glanced at Rudger over her black yarn, and she then took her position. Are you going to fight? We are already surrounded. You're not trying to tell me to run now, are you? Violetta said as if her self-esteem has been damaged. Rudger shrugged his shoulders. I apologize if I sounded like that. That's okay. As Violetta said so, she pulled out a black parasol from the inside of her skirt full of black frills. This is no ordinary parasol, it was obvious that it was made from a special material. Rudger realized that it was a self-defense weapon used by Violetta. You have some pretty interesting stuff. The hot sun is poison to a lady. Rudger grabbed his wand and laid his back against Violetta. With James Moriarty, there is even Violetta who leads the Women of the Black Rose. I didn't know when the meeting was going to end, so I was curious, but I was really lucky. You waited so long for this? Those words bring tears to my eyes. Are you pretending to be relaxed in this situation? I'll see if you can keep that attitude after your limbs are cut off. The remnants of the Red Society drew out their weapons and slowly approached them. Rudger scrutinized their faces, but he did not soften his vigilance. The one who shot the crossbow is not here. The man was nowhere to be seen, he hid immediately after shooting. Are you trying to hide yourself in the crowd and save your life? It's not a behavior that a back alley bum would have. Even if he was a member of the Red Society, he shouldn't be at this level. Pro. A type of person who has a knack for killing people, also known as contract assassin. It seems that the remnants of the Red Society raked up money and hired them. If they kill him and take back the lost business, they can make money again. Roger inhaled calmly. A subtle smell was felt through the stagnant air of the narrow alleyway. Not the musty smell of a dark and humid alley, but a scent that tingled the tip of his nose. Is it diffusion? A drug that interferes with the operation of magical power. It's a type of drug that interferes with the magician's operation of magic and causes a major setback in the manifestation of magic techniques, but brings no harm to the body. The effect of diffusion incense is not to nullify the magic but the opposite, by increasing the conductivity of the magic too much, and instead of condensing the magic, it is spread around a wide area. In other words, even if I try to make a fireball, the flame will spread around me, so the power cannot be concentrated and the caster suffers damage. It's used to make artifacts, so it's hard to obtain and it's expensive. Are they trying to use something like this? Sealing the attack magic is painful for a wizard. Of course, magic like silence of fire spreads more widely, so they didn't bring any firearms, but the most important thing would be the contract assassin hiding among them. There is nothing more fatal against a professional than showing a momentary gap. They are just waiting for me to panic. Foolish. Even if you didn't use this expensive diffuser, it was difficult for me to use magic right now. In fact, Roger could use magic, however, there are disadvantages. The power is reduced and the casting time is quite long, but in the case of the casting time, using source code makes it meaningless. Even so, if there is an assassin, this drug must be quite deadly to wizards. Even deliberately putting up these meat shields, is he cheating? Roger, in a quiet voice, warned Violetta as she turned her back to him. It is a scent that interferes with the operation of magical power. For the most part, I recommend not using attack magic. It will be scattered before it is even completed. Do you know anything about that? The more you experience, the more you know. It's annoying. I don't like to use my body. As she said so, she was prepared to face the enemy. Did she learn something like swordsmanship? Well, in such a difficult world, you have to learn anything. It was the same for Roger. He was a wizard, but he didn't just use magic. The number is about 30, but there is a dangerous one hiding among them. There might be more than one person, maybe a team, about 3. Are they the ones who shot the crossbow? Those who take money and kill people. Are you acquaintances? Well, they're a little bit famous, so I got an idea who it is. There are people from the southern desert. I know that they are very expensive, but the work is definitely done. It looks like they spent a lot of money to kill you. Exactly, me. I'm already on your boat, so I'm the same. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Oddly enough, she is very stubborn in this area. Roger shrugged his shoulders and grinned. He didn't really like her or anything, though. So, lady. Do you know how to dance? No. Realizing that they were not using magic, the raiders rushed in screaming. Each one of them was armed with an iron pipe or a knife. However, the look on Roger's face as he greeted them was somber. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A harsh noise erupts from the alleyway, and a huge shadow flies in the sky and is thrown onto the garbage. The face of the remnant of the Red Society, who had seen his comrade beaten by Roger, became pale. He can't use magic, so why can't you defeat him? A black parasol was swung towards the face of the man who spoke. His face is deeply depressed, and his broken teeth splatter while feet in black shoes slammed down hard on his slanted head. Die. The remnants of the Red Society rushed behind Violetta, who had just put one down, and a long sword swung towards the back of her head. Roger cut in the middle and raised his staff to block it. The sword and the staff clashed, but surprisingly, the black staff could not be cut. What kind of wand? It's a special product. Roger said so, and swung his wand gently. The upper body of the man who had been giving strength to the long sword was thrown forward. Huh? The moment the man panics and tries to step forward with his feet to stabilize himself, the wand that Roger was rotating slammed upward towards his lower jaw. The moment he was about to turn his head backwards, the parasol's ring-shaped handle popped out and hung around his neck to prevent him from dodging. Once more. However much. Roger swung his staff as hard as he could. After being hit in the forehead, he spins several laps in midair and falls to the floor. More than 10 people were already lying around him, foaming. You're a magician, why are you fighting so well? They are just two opponents. One is a woman. They are tired. Just push it a little bit more and it will be over. Seeing the members of the Red Society chatting among themselves, Violetta shrugged her shoulders and took a deep breath. I'm a little tired. Maybe it's the lack of exercise. After this is over, let's start with stamina. You give encouragement at times like this. It's a pity that I can't have such a friendly personality. Huh. Moriarty looks really good. Actually, this is close to my main job. As Roger replied, he did not forget to watch the assassins. That man. The assassin from the south clenched his fists almost involuntarily, almost at Roger's gaze. I've been waiting for a gap to open for a while, but he never allowed one so far. Fortunately, the female side had a few openings, but every time that happened, the man named James Moriarty blocked them. I've been vigilant here ever since the fight started. Normally, when such a large number of people do joint work, it would be impossible to not get distracted by it, but Roger was always on guard against him. Even in the midst of that fight, his eyes kept busy searching for something. That man, it's like us. No, maybe more. It's not the first time something like this has happened to me. I heard he killed a sorcerer and 2 quasi-knights, so I spent a lot of money to use the diffusion incense that interferes with the operation of magic. There must have been a mistake with the information, so he had to level up his assassination target. Even if we receive 10 times or more of the existing down payment, it is not correct. But the contract has already been made. They said they were going to do it, so they had to do it. It was their absolute credo. Once the woman is tired, we focus on that part. The number of people still standing is quite large. If we wait a little longer in this state, we will have a chance, but Roger was suddenly behaving strangely. What are you going to do? He got rid of his cane and ran away with the woman. Damn. I didn't know he was going to run away at this moment. Several people have fallen and the encirclement is loose, so there was enough way for Roger to get out. Chase. What are you doing now? If we keep fighting on the spot, it's our loss. Roger grabbed Violetta and ran quickly into the alleyway. Take me down. I can run too. Aren't you tired already? Aren't they going to catch up quickly anyway? Be careful not to bite your tongue. Yes? Before Violetta could even ask anything, Roger used a mechanism mounted on his left wrist. With the wire launcher, Roger's body soared straight into the sky along with Violetta. The assailants who were chasing from behind stared blankly at him. He's going to the roof. The assassins who were hiding from the crowd climbed the wall with agile movements. 2 climbed up the crevice of the window frame and the wall, and the other ran up the iron stairs attached to the exterior wall of the building. They couldn't have gone too far. The blade of the sword stick greeted the assassin who reached the roof first. The assassin, who had his forehead pierced, fell backwards down the alleyway without stepping on the roof properly. There are 2 left. Roger was waiting for this moment. Roger had been waiting for this situation from the beginning. He already knew that the assassins were hiding in the crowd, waiting for them to wear out. If we try to break the loose siege and run away quickly, they will have no choice but to come out. Assassins, given the circumstances, carry out their missions in a frighteningly calm manner, and since Roger broke the situation they have created, the assassins had no choice but to show up. Since their plan failed, they had 2 options: to step back or to complete the mission. As Roger climbed onto his roof, he didn't forget to watch for the enemies following him. Indeed, as he expected, the assassins quickly climbed up to the roof, revealing their true colors. The number was 3, as he initially guessed, and he waited for the guy who was the first to climb up the outside stairs quickly, then pierced him with the sword stick at the right time. 2 are left. What are you? Violetta stared at Roger in disbelief. How the hell did you know they would move like that? That's usually the case with southern assassins. The reason Roger was certain was because the opponent was an assassin from the southern continent. To be precise, Kalsapa assassins, led by the Fatima dynasty. They are the most famous assassination group on the continent, and they are also the most infamous. Usually assassins retreat when things go like this, but they don't. When a task is given, it is accomplished no matter what. Its near indoctrination teachings, combined with the doctrines of the religion they believed in and followed, made the Kalsapa assassins very famous. Because of strict discipline, they were able to grow and become stronger. But the rule that the mission must be completed binds them. It was impossible to point out that they were stupid when they had a bad opponent who was a mage, who knew how to engage in close combat and was armed with strange devices. I just poked that loophole. You are also knowledgeable about southern assassins. I've been targeted a few times. Yes? Violetta asked in disbelief, and Roger suddenly recalled the past. When he was still a kid, he was targeted by the Kalsapa assassins. At that time, he thought he was really going to die. If it wasn't for Master, I would have already died. Because of that experience, he was able to deal with them so easily now. Compared to those who chased him in the past, those who are aiming for him now are like children. They were in Leathervelk because they were kicked out since they failed their mission or came to improve their skills. Whatever it is, if Roger looks at them from an objective level, their level was far below the real ones in the south. Are you coming again? Roger's gaze, standing on the railing, was directed down the alleyway. The two assassins are busy moving in the darkness. It's because they're Kalsapa assassin, isn't it? Their comrade is dead, but they're not affected. What are we going to do now? While Roger was troubled, the assassins who had hidden themselves in the dark moved. They popped out of the building crevices and quickly threw their daggers. Huh. But Violetta did not stand still. She opened wide the black parasol she was holding in her hand. As if proving that it was not made of ordinary material, the sharp daggers could not penetrate her parasol. This. It seems that the parasol has no resistance to poison at all. The poison applied to the tip of the dagger corroded her parasol. Meanwhile, the assassins hid themselves. Hey, how have they done this? It is a special poison used by the Kalsapa assassins. When it comes into contact with the skin, it seeps into the body and is quite dangerous, and it disassembles any armor. They can throw it with a knife? It's a special dagger. To be precise, it was coated on the dagger by melting Selvantium, a rare metal from the south. Selvantium is the main export product of the Fatima dynasty, and it is a special product called the Metal of the Gods. It is very resistant to corrosion. I see. When information leaked from Roger's mouth, Violetta decided not to ask him any further. She had accepted that what this man said was not strange. So how do we respond? You have to hold out until they run out of daggers to throw. Can we? Since the parasol has melted, we can't, and we can't even use magic right now. In other words, if they do not dodge the next attack, they will die. Then we should move first. Where? Back down. It was perfect to become a prey for the assassins on the open roof. Roger reached out to Violetta without a word. She hesitated and took his hand. Hold on tight. Roger grabbed Violetta in one of his arms and jumped from the roof. Huh? One of the members of the Red Society, who were scattered to chase after Roger and Violetta, had his head smashed in Roger's shoe. Roger got down to the alley using one person as a buffer and ran blindly without looking for the assassin's location. Are you trying to hide? The assassins did not understand Roger's actions at the moment. He went to the roof, and they suddenly came down again. It is an unpredictable target. I'll have to be careful. One of his colleagues has already been killed. The two assassins exchanged glances at each other in the dark. That alone conveyed the meaning. One will chase right behind and the other will be moving from above and blocking the way. Catch them before they escape. With that thought in mind, the assassin, who was secretly chasing Roger and Violetta, found a black shadow in front of him and stopped walking. He found the target, but something is strange. The woman is alone? What about the man? Has he left her? Certainly, looking at the battle just before, the woman looked like a burden. Come on, wait. How could you leave me? As if she had actually been abandoned, she stood up and screamed, but the assassin wasn't sure if it was a trap or not. Maybe he never really left. Is it a trap? Are they trying to confuse me? The escape to the roof a while ago was also a trap. Perhaps a man named James Moriarty is hiding somewhere around him. The assassin slowly walked towards Violetta with a poisoned dagger in his hand. His gaze turned to Violetta, who was left alone, but his ears were set high to pick up the sounds around him. At that moment, he heard a small sound in his ear from the right. It's here. The assassin determined that this was where Roger was hiding and immediately threw his dagger, but nothing was hit. What? There was definitely a sound. He is highly trained to handle such situations and could never have been wrong. It's unfortunate. A voice came from behind him as if it suddenly popped out of the air. Roger stood behind him. How and when? Rather than having such a question, the assassin unconsciously moved his body based on the training he had received. He grabbed the dagger and swung it backwards, but before the assassin could move, Roger's sword stick pierced him from behind. How? The sound came from the right side, but he appeared from behind. It's that kind of magic, Roger said as he pulled out the sword stick from his body. The remnants of the diffusion still remain, but Roger reversed the diffusion direction. He combined sound magic and coordinate designation magic to make the direction the sound came from difficult to distinguish. You got him? Yes. Violetta was embarrassed when Roger asked her to play the role of bait, but she did as she was told and he killed one more assassin. Well, it's magic that lets out sounds from different directions. It must be embarrassing for those who suffer. But when you fight for your life, there is no need to be considerate to your opponent. Now there is only one left. At times, a cool breeze blows through the alleyway. The diffuse scent is slowly washed away. In the end, it has to remain in the atmosphere to be effective, and since we're in an alleyway, it is maintained for a long time, but since the wind blows, it will eventually disappear. Now time was on Roger's side, and at that moment, a black shadow fell over his head. Above. Violetta saw it and reacted, but it was already too late. The assassin threw something at Roger. Roger raised his sword stick as if he knew this, but what the assassins threw was not a poisoned dagger, it was a hook on a chain. The hook caught the middle blade of the sword stick, pulled it with strong force, and the sword stick slipped out of Roger's hand. The assassin, who came down to the ground, threw the sword caught in the hook on the floor and rushed towards Roger. A sharp dagger was pulled from his waist. It's dangerous, Violetta exclaimed, and the assassin was sure of victory. There was no time to use magic, and he stole the target weapon. 2 of his compatriots died, but he accomplished his mission nonetheless, the assassin thought so. Even on the brink of death, Roger did not lose his composure. What? Why the hell are you looking like that? He couldn't understand the situation, but his thoughts didn't go any further. It was because in that moment when he ran towards him, Roger's 2 hands moved faster and faster. Huh? The assassin, who had precisely cut the nape of Roger's neck, collapsed on the ground, his body relaxed. You were distracted at the crucial moment. Roger lightly wiped his blood from the crescent-shaped karambit dagger held in his hand. The assassin in front of him revealed a gap in his conviction that got him killed. If you are going to kill your opponent, you have to be vigilant and do your best at every moment. That momentary complacency killed you. Roger picked up the sword stick that had fallen on the floor. After checking to see if the blade had been damaged, he decided that it was still intact and put it in his bag immediately. Roger gripped his staff and stretched his collar lightly. Did you best the southern assassin in close combat? Why? What else do you want to know? Even if I'm curious, I won't ask. It was hard to count how many times Violetta was surprised today, and at this time a cry from the Red Society was heard from afar. It's here. The sound came from this way. Come on, catch them. If they run away, it's all over. Violetta stared at Roger. What are you going to do now? How are you feeling? Roger shrugged his shoulders. All the diffuse scent is gone. Oh yeah? Yes. So leave it to me. In the black cotton yarn, Violetta smiled alluringly. The fact that she was able to use her magic, which had been banned for a while, means that she has an opportunity to do her own thing. She lifted the parasol, which was almost melted. It was a weapon for her self-defense, but at the same time it was also a staff that helped her concentrate her magical powers. I'll take care of the rest. The sound of footsteps getting closer and a horde of the Red Society members appeared. It's here. They are. And what greeted them was a blade of wind that sharply cut through the darkness. Violetta's active use of wind magic made it possible to quickly deal with the remnants of the Red Society. There must have been quite a bit of commotion, but the cops don't come all the way here since this is a sparsely populated alleyway, that's why murders take place like meals here. Is it all over? Yes. There doesn't seem to be anyone left, Violetta said as she shook her hand. Perhaps it was because she had wasted quite a bit of mana when she was using attack magic, but her voice seemed to be a bit tired. I stood still and secretly took out a pill and chewed it. Really? If you're fine, please help me. What do you mean? Is this a test to check my skills? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, is it because I just watched the remnants of the Red Society get cleaned up? Because I can't spend mana carelessly, I just stayed still. Wouldn't I be a hindrance if I interfered when my allies use magic? Apparently, Violetta interpreted my attitude a little differently. It doesn't matter. I don't need to correct the misunderstanding, my priority is to restore my mana. These guys did it pretty splendidly. After the organization was completely destroyed, they recruited people to launch a surprise attack. They must have been desperate or maybe too greedy. Well, they must have thought that they would have everything if they killed us, but they would know for sure that they would suffer losses unless they were idiots. Violetta couldn't finish her words properly because she had something to do with it. Come to think of it, the Red Society hired the Kalsapa assassins. No matter how novice they are highly trained assassins, so they should be very expensive. Did they have enough money? It wouldn't have been easy even if they had a slush fund that they hid. Besides, those bastards, knowing that the assassins failed to kill us, did not run away and rushed at us. Did they think we've lost our strength? Didn't the people who lived in the back alleys know about it? They couldn't run away. They couldn't escape and had no choice but to fight us. Then why couldn't they escape? They were pushed. Yes? The remnants of the Red Society. At my point, Violetta seemed to have realized something, and exclaimed. If so, then there are other people involved in this matter. They probably provided the money to hire the assassins. Who are they? There can't be too many people who have that kind of power in the back alley. I shook my head. Maybe it's not someone from this world. I hope so. Okay. Someone up there, who doesn't like this situation, must have been involved. Also, someone who is somewhat nimble about the situation here and can secretly provide money. I thought it's related to Belbot Rixon, but that's not it. There were suspicions that Ditry had ties with Belbot Rixon. There is no doubt. They actually had a connection. Yes? I've heard it from Ditry myself, so I'm pretty sure. Wait a minute. Did you hear it yourself? When? Before you kill him? I haven't killed him yet. Now, Ditry is locked up by my subordinates. Violetta was speechless for a while. Almost everything was sorted out, but he is still the head of the Red Society. He should have spit it out if he knew anything more. You are strict. Ditry took advantage of the Red Society to team up with Belbot Rixon. He was paid and did the dirty work for him. But Belbot Rixon is dead. I saw in the newspaper, it said he was attacked and killed by a werewolf. I killed him. Yes? I was the one who killed Belbot Rixon. It is said that he was attacked by a werewolf, but the reality is different. Belbot Rixon secretly used the Red Society to make tests on humans. Why did you tell me that? When the story of the incident came out of my mouth, Violetta looked very embarrassed. It would be rather embarrassing to hear a truth that you didn't expect. So I killed Belbot Rixon. I gave a worthy end to a man who violated human dignity, and when I searched his safe and ledger, I caught the tail of the Red Society. So you got rid of the Red Society? Anyway, I also have to settle here, and I didn't really want to stand with them. Well, I understand the surprise, and you'll wonder why I'm saying this. I will make sure this is a secret. It's good that you understand quickly. This will prevent Violetta from thinking of betraying me. Although we had already fought together and I gave her a vision for her organization to move forward as a human being, even if she received various benefits, later she will quickly forget and might betray me. This is a kind of intimidation. I killed Belbot Rixon, one of the richest people in Leathervalk. In other words, unless it was a noble, I could kill everyone else if I wanted to. This fact alone will make my presence even greater for Violetta. You are a smart woman. You will understand what I am trying to do. This time, we have to find the person who instigated the Red Society that attacked us. Okay. I will be very busy. I have to carry on the business you told me to do. Can't you? At my question, Violetta shook her head. That's a statement that hurts my self-esteem, but I'm sure I can take care of it. So be it. If you can't show that level of performance, you'll be in trouble. I'll hand over Ditry to you as a reward for your hard work. Aren't you still holding him? He's in a state of disrepair, unable to walk properly. You are free to use him to extract information or kill him. I could hear Violetta swallowing her saliva and smiled softly. There were a lot of things that were piled up, so you can use any method. This is also my gift to you. The reason Ditry was spared was not to extract information, but to leave him alive and leave a good impression on the other three organizations. As they had many connections with the Red Society, they must be the ones who want to kill Ditry more than anyone else. I will work hard. More than you would expect. Good answer. I'll see you later. The bodies. In the back alleys, people don't ask the reason for death, because the dead do not speak. Yes. I know. Violetta bowed her head politely towards me. Nominally she is an equal partner with me, but already she has sworn allegiance to me. It wasn't a bad feeling. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Is brother done? Yes. Somehow, a mysterious group was going to the place where brother was. Have you met? Instead of answering, I slowly removed the one-eyed glasses from my face and took off my coat. Hans nodded his head knowingly. I think you've got it all sorted out. They even hired the Kalsapa assassins. Those crazy. They were newbies out to gain experience. But isn't Kalsapa still Kalsapa? So you have to move a little. Yes? There are people behind the scenes who ordered us to be killed. It seems that the Red Society is disappearing and a new one is coming in, which is not a small thing. No, I'm dying to check the listings at the Kunst auction house right now. If you can't, don't. No, I will. It is directly related to my life, and I cannot afford to waste it. As soon as I hung the coat on the hanger, the door swung open with a loud bang. This is our secret base, where people rarely come, even in the back alleys. It was a place where ordinary guests would never come, but the door was opened and she appeared. Is it Seridan? 5. At my words, the little girl who had just entered the room looked at me and her eyes lit up. It was Nari after all. Lightly tanned brown skin and white hair tied in two comfortably. The raised eyes and corners of the mouth look full of playfulness. She was wearing loose-fitting trousers and a loosely draped shirt with a lot of oil on it. Iron Feet Seridan is a dwarf girl who is the developer and inventor of the wire launcher I use. It's still powerful and noisy. Saying so, I loosened the strap that had been attached to my left arm and threw it at her. She jumped out of her place, grabbed the device, and checked its condition right away. The tip of the launcher is worn out, and some of the cog screws are loose. Besides, I have to change the wire. I had a lot to do. This fitting is loose. I think it happened because one more person was added to the original weight. I told you to be careful, this is for a single person to use. It's just barely enough to raise a person with all kinds of stuff like Nari. I used it that way because it was strong. You don't know how delicate machines are? So you can't fix it? 10 minutes is enough. When it comes to machines, she's more of an expert than anyone else. The sword sticks and saw blade boomerangs I used were all made by her. Of course, it was me who provided her ideas. When I give her a rough idea, she gets stuck on it and invents like crazy. Hey, assistant. Help me. Who is your assistant? When Seridan called, Hans shouted. If your sister says come, you will come. Won't you come? I got it. So get rid of that mouse tooth. If you don't listen to me, you're getting stabbed by this. Okay? Damn it. Brother, please stop that bastard. It's fine. That's what I said, but actually, I can't stop Seridan either, because she's impossible to control. I'm just glad that she didn't cause such a fuss with me. Seridan's riot is mainly directed at Hans, because she knows his weakness and deliberately carried something like a mouse's tooth to threaten him. Then, I will go to the workshop first. Come quickly. Hans clenched her fists as she watched her go away like a storm. That little bastard. Even if she looks like that, she's older than you. Seridan looks like a little girl because she's a dwarf, but she's actually older than Hans. I know. Damn. Why is she only doing this to me? Yeah. Because she's happy, but I couldn't say that because Hans' expression quickly turned gloomy. Are there more people coming here? By the way, Seridan is not allowed to touch gunpowder. I know that, because I don't want to die either. Iron Feet Seridan is a great inventor and developer, but perhaps because of her terrifying personality, she was also a time bomb. However, the problem is that she's a time bomb, not a metaphorical meaning. If she has real gunpowder, she will try to make all kinds of bombs. Do you remember when brother and I first saw that bastard? It was an underground mine in the kingdom of Delica. They illegally enslaved different races and forced them to mine day and night. I do. That guy was also caught there. It would be foolish to say that she was caught. I think so too. When I was using the James Moriarty identity, me and Hans sneaked into a mine and found Sheridan, who was secretly making a bomb to blow up the tunnel. If it exploded, we would all be dead, right? If the tunnel collapsed 1 kilometer below the ground, even the strongest knights would have died. I have to take care of that crazy bastard who tried to destroy a tunnel. Take care. Hans has a lot of trouble, and surprisingly, only one member of our new organization, UN Owen, has come so far. Sorry it took so long, but I'm back. I wanted to resume releases last week, but I've been super busy these past 2 weeks. Now I'm finally free, so I hope to release 3 chapters daily this week. There were still 10 minutes left until Sheridan will fix the wire launcher. Considering her personality, perhaps she's got another flashy idea, and she'll add extra features. She said 10 minutes, but considering the process, it would probably take 30 minutes. If it's 30 minutes, I still have time. It's time to get some rest and then go back to Theon, he thought, as he looked down from the window on the 3rd floor. What? 3 black shadows were busily moving in the middle of the alleyway where no one was going. Second to their inconsistent movement, their steps are unusual. It's fast and light, well-centered, and their body doesn't sway. It was just a coincidence that I found them. Their movements were so secret that I would not have noticed if I hadn't looked down the window at the moment. They were covered in dark robes so I couldn't see them clearly, but I knew who they were right away. Highly trained knights. They were also of a different level compared to the 2 quasi-knights who were working for Dutry. Ordinary knights wouldn't even be interested in the back alley, so why are they here? Besides, the direction they are heading is not the place where I and Violetta were fighting the Red Society just before. I narrowed my eyes and watched them carefully. If you are a knight and are not afraid to wander around a place like this. No way. The moment when I was about to come to a conclusion, the knight who was moving at the forefront stopped his steps and threw his gaze towards me, but I hid by the window. Did he notice? I was watching them carefully, but he has a better sense than I thought. Fortunately, the gaze that had been staring at me for a while was quickly removed. The Security Bureau. To be precise, the Nightcrawler Knights belong to the Intelligence Department of the Security Agency. Unusual people who move secretly contrary to the knights, who stand on a shining stage where everyone is watching and do honorable things. The Nightcrawler Knights eliminate those who threaten the nation in a dark place out of the sight of people. A being that willingly chose and accepted to walk a path stained with blood and mud for the sake of the country. Therefore, they are a symbol of fear and a target of caution to those who know. They are also the most dangerous people to meet in such a dark and narrow street than on a highway in broad daylight. When I looked a little while ago, at first glance, it looked like silver hair. When it comes to knights with silver hair in the Security Bureau of the Exilian Empire, there is one person that comes to mind. No way, is she here? The General Commander of the Security Bureau and the Commander of the Nightcrawler Knights, which consists of only elites, a guardian angel who protects the Empire, Lord Protector Trina Ryanhell. Why is she here? Maybe it was because of the werewolf incident. He vaguely guessed. The reason is probably the death of the cryptid, who appeared in Leathervelk, and the rich man, Belbot Rixon. The security agency's intelligence network would have learned that Belbot Rixon had partnered with someone to conduct some kind of experiment since their eyes are spread all over the Empire. Even so, the Nightcrawler Knights will come out on their own. After all, they conducted human body experiments on ordinary citizens. Even a warlock was involved, so it would be strange for them not to come out of the security department. They should have investigated Belbot Rixon's mansion and discovered the secret safe that had been stolen. They must have even noticed that the flames in the basement of the abandoned factory that I had burned down. Everything inside was removed without leaving a trace, but the problem is that no matter how much fire burned, the fact that something was there cannot be erased. They may have launched an investigation in response to that. This is a bit of a problem since knights of the security agency, even the Knight Commander, are in Leathervelk. In particular, Trina Ryanhell was not a very good match for me. That monstrous woman is one of the few things I don't want to get involved with again in my life. I'm glad I hid. If our eyes met and she had sensed something suspicious, she would have come to me. It must have been a big deal, because that woman has a very strong intuition. I have no choice but to move cautiously until the security agency decides that the case is a dead end and leaves Leathervelk. First of all, I'm glad I don't have to step on my tail. They probably will close the investigation. However, if Trina Ryanhell continues to stay in Leathervelk, that might not be the case. She held a prestigious position in the Empire, and if she wastes her time trying to catch the tail of an unresolved case, it will open a big hole in the security of the Empire. Maybe she'll leave some of the knights behind. If that's the case, that's fine. Without the leader Trina, I'm confident that I can avoid their gaze, no matter how good they are. As I was thinking about it, I heard a thumping noise from below, and the door was open. Soon after, Seridan appeared with a stick in her arms. I made it. Is it over? It was sooner than I expected. I thought it would take 30 minutes, but it took 20 minutes. I can tell by looking at whether there is so little to change, or whether her skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Yes. Originally, it was supposed to take 10 minutes more, but when I was repairing it, I thought of some things and finished earlier. I looked at the armband that Seridan handed me. The one I was using was quite large enough to reach from my wrist to my forearm, but it was a pretty radical change this time, and the size was reduced to less than half. It's smaller and thinned out. And even more comfortable. Sheridan's ponytails of pure white hair fluttered up and down her as she spoke. Even though my gaze was taken away from it for a while, I turned to the wire launcher I held in my hand again. Have you removed all the useless parts? Since it also serves to protect the forearm, the armband I was wearing was sized to cover the entire forearm. What Seridan has been able to fix this time around is only about 1/3 of the forearm from the wrist. Yeah. You're not a hunter right now, are you? So I put more emphasis on convenience than performance. You're right. I'm not a hunter now, I'm a magician. Oh, what should I call you then? Van Helsing? Moriarty? Lupin? Call me Rudger Kalasai. Rudger sounds amazing. This time you're a magic teacher, at Theon's. That's great. Something happened. I know. As expected, you infiltrated the most famous place in the Exilian Empire. That was a piece of cake, right? Well, as expected, Nari. It seems to her that I am a terrifying person with great ability. Becoming a teacher of Theon seems to have taken place because of my tremendous abilities. That's not the truth. That said, I was caught up in terrorist attack on a train, and I accidentally became a magic teacher, so I decided to just go along. Anyway, as Nari said, I boldly took off the troublesome things and put in only what you needed. The wire launcher will work properly, so check it out. I put the brace on my left arm. Maybe because the material was changed, it feels like my arm is bent gently rather than the thick and hard texture from before, even when worn over a shirt. The fit has definitely improved. Now let's see what it can do. I'll have to try it over there. I shot the wire launcher at an empty wall. The wire launcher fired at a terrifying speed and then pierced the wall. This is a bit surprising. The power has grown considerably. Yes. The output is almost doubled compared to the previous one. The wire strength has been increased, and the hooks have been renewed. It is now possible to move with one more person. Is that so? I think there are other features added. Having retrieved the wire, I asked, pointing my finger at the small groove on the back of my hand. Seridan grinned, revealing her white teeth. Oh, that? Nari is the best. You have good eyes. It's a new function that I added this time. What is it? Think of it as clenching your fists and flexing your wrists. Like this? Ring. At that moment, a pure white sword came out of the thin groove in the wristband. This? How is it? Isn't that cool? It is made of the same material as the blade of the sword stick used by Nari, so it is very light and strong. Nari told me that there are some assassins who use these things. I did. I just thought of it and applied it. What do you think? When I relaxed my wrist lightly, the protruding blade went back inside. It would be perfect to use it in an emergency or when the opponent is careless. This wasn't made for fighting against cryptids, but humans. Aside from that, see the little hole on the left? Yes. You can shoot a paralyzing needle from there. Of course, you have to load the paralysis needle in advance. Whoa. Previously, only the wire launcher was fired from the lower part of the wrist, and its other role was to block attacks, but this time it's the exact opposite. It maximizes other factors instead of defense. In particular, for a person who has to use this secretly without being exposed to the outside like me, the newly changed wristband by Seridan was a very welcome item. I like it. As expected. Nari knows well. That coward who was downstairs was only talking nonsense like that. You shouldn't put such a dangerous thing in it. Don't be too harsh on Hans. He only said that because he's worried. Your opponents have to worry about it, not you. As Seridan said so, she supported her chin with her index finger and thumb and stared at me with a mysterious gaze. Well, I've always felt this way, but you look really nice in such a calm-looking outfit. It was not bad to wear wild clothes when you were a hunter, but I think this suits you better. Is that so? Yes. The moment I saw you, I immediately felt that you were a noble person. No, a nobleman is not enough, you look like royalty. At Seridan's words, I couldn't help but laugh. I'm glad you think so. No, I have a feeling. Anyway, thanks for the new one. Oh, you're leaving now? Yeah. I have to be a teacher first, so I have to stay at the academy. Coming out today was part of my outing. That's too bad. It's been a long time since we met, and I thought we could have a long chat. I'll take a rain check on that since we haven't all gathered yet. Besides Sheridan, there are a few more I have called. Sheridan nodded gladly, perhaps because she knew it. I know. They're members of the new organization, right? People I've heard of. Yes. Did you say the name of the new organization is UNON? Very mysterious, I like it because it suits you. So I became a member of this secret organization? An executive. Executive. Did she like her position as an executive? Her eyes sparkled even more. If I'm an executive, I can make anything without being interfered with by anyone, right? Was it because of that? I'll allow it for a while, but won't you refrain from making bombs that will blow up the surrounding area? Of course I know that. I also know how to read between lines. You're telling me to make enough bombs. It's best not to make them at all. Well, banning this crazy inventor would be crueler than forcing a bone marrow smoker to quit. Just do it in moderation. Hee hee hee. Don't worry about it. So Nari, have you decided on that? What do you mean? If it's a secret organization like this, there must be a code name. A code name? She must have heard something from somewhere. I didn't really care much about it, but seeing Seridan like that, I know she'll be disappointed if I don't agree with her. If that happens, Hans won't be able to handle her irritation. A code name? Well, there's nothing you can't name if you want. Wells would be nice. Huh? Wells? That's a good code name. Good. I'm Sheridan, the executive of UNON, from today. I'm glad she's happy. Where did this Wells come from? It's the name of the greatest inventor I remember. Oh, if you say so, he must be a great man. Of course. He is the creator of a machine that travels through time. The name Wells I gave her is from Herbert George Wells, the author of the novel Time Machine. In fact, I wanted to give her the name of the main character of the Time Machine novel, but the original story only mentions time traveler, not his name. However, in the sequel that was officially recognized, George, the artist's middle name, was attached to respect the original author. But George is not a good codename for a girl, so I gave her Wells instead of George. Seridan seems to like it, so everything is good. Then what about the assistant lying down there? Does the assistant have a codename too? Seridan asks with a twinkle in her eyes. She seems to be bothering him all the time, but did she still care about Hans? Considering Hans' characteristics, his codename should be Kafka. Trina Ryanhell, who was leading the way, stopped and looked back. Leader? What's the matter? No. Nothing. I just felt like someone was looking over here. No way. Lloyd said so by fixing his glasses under the hood, but Enya was different. The leader has a better sense than us, so just in case. That's why we're here. It was Trina Ryanhell's fault that the three men, sent to investigate the mystery of Belbot Rickson's death, are now roaming the alleyways in the middle of the night. She, who has a good sense, came here with 2 deputy officials as if she were hooked on something. Lloyd was dissatisfied and complained. For him, who values reason and scientific thinking, The Sixth Sense seemed like a children's fairy tale. The back alley, it's all about gangsters fighting and killing each other and vagrants anyway. It's a little different this time. What's the difference? That's what my hunch is saying. Another hunch? Lloyd couldn't say anything to Trina, because Trina was clearly his superior, and above all, her senses were surprisingly good. She made a lot of achievements that didn't make sense thanks to her good senses and has been successful in missions, which others thought were impossible. Therefore, Lloyd did not show it on the surface even though he was unhappy. It's here. There were several bodies scattered at the scene. It's quite a lot of bodies. Is there some kind of war going on here? There must have been a fight between the organizations. Trina strode toward the bodies and confirmed it by squatting in front of one of the dead bodies, especially one that stood out. An assassin. What? What? This body. It's not just a regular assassin. Trina frowned at the sour smell from the bottle hanging from the waist of the body. It's a poison. A special poison used by Kalsapa assassins. The body itself seemed no different from the others around it, but it was nothing more than a disguise to avoid being noticed by the other party. At Trina's words, Lloyd and Enya also came closer and checked the body. Indeed. There are definitely signs of training, rough hands full of calluses, and even the small scars on the body. This is not something we can see in the back alley bastards. Wow. The Kalsapa assassins are the famous assassination group from the southern Fatima dynasty, right? They are terrifying bastards who don't even spare their lives to kill their targets. But why is he in this back alley? Trina got up. Leader? He's a Kalsapa assassin, but maybe he came all the way here because he was wandering around to gain experience after training, or he was kicked out for lack of ability. But isn't he a highly trained assassin? Yes, it's true that they're not the kind of people who would be stuck in this place. But such a Kalsapa assassin died in the back alley. It was an unbelievable result. The cause of death is probably a wound on the forehead. A thin blade pierced his forehead at once and it fell from top to bottom. Trina looked up at the night sky full of clouds that was blocked by the walls of the alleyway, making it seem cramped. I don't know who his opponent was, but he's very powerful, seeing that he finished it with a hit without any injuries on his body. The Kalsapa assassin was killed by a blow. Trina stopped the autopsy and moved her steps to the darker side of the alley while Lloyd and Enya followed her in silence. When they arrived at another location, they saw another group of corpses. Is this by magic? Enya asked, looking at the corpses all over the place. It was impossible without magic that nearly 10 people were cut and killed by something at once in these alleys. I guess so. It's amazing that a wizard can participate in a fight in such a place like this. Then maybe that assassin too? I don't know. Then Lloyd, who found something, opened his mouth. Leader, there are more bodies there. In the darkness beyond the crowded bodies, there were 2 more dead bodies. Trina realized that the 2 bodies were also Kalsapa's assassins. This is the same as the first one. One died from having his heart penetrated and the size of the wound was the same as the first one, so he was killed by the same person. Was it a surprise attack from behind? Someone made a surprise attack on an assassin. How the hell? And in the case of the second corpse, the neck was cut by something sharp. The first 2 were killed with the same weapon, but the last one is different. Lloyd, check your feet there. Yes? There are marks left near there. What do you mean, marks? Lloyd looked carefully at the ground near his feet, half in doubt, and as Trina said, there were slight traces of metal scratching the ground. This is. The weapon that killed the first 2 assassins must have fallen to the ground. If so, the picture is roughly drawn. The Kalsapa assassins and these corpses were trying to kill someone. However, the opponent was not an ordinary person and they were all killed. The last remaining assassin succeeded in taking the opponent's weapon, but eventually lost. The thing that cut off the neck was a sharp weapon. It specializes in cutting rather than stabbing. It must have been a dagger since the wound wasn't very wide. If so, it must be the black sword stick used in the first place. Why are you so sure? You might think it's a rapier, but look closely. The opponent who killed the assassin is a human who specializes in finding other people's loopholes. If such a human used a stabbing sword, he would have a sword hidden in his staff. I see. And this trace? The assassin was trying to engage in a close-quarters battle with the opponent. If the opponent was a swordsman using a rapier, he wouldn't have tried to do that. He had guessed that it was an opponent that he had to fight at close range, but that's not the case. You have great reasoning skills. Lloyd had no choice but to admire Trina's reasoning ability to grasp the course of the situation in an instant. Anya didn't even need to say anything because she was already staring at her boss with immersed eyes. It's not a big deal. I also learned only moderately from someone I know. Who did you learn to reason from? It's just a quick way to find clues around you rather than reasoning. He told me right away that I have a good sense and that I can learn easily. Who the hell is he? And when did you learn? A few years ago I met him when I was visiting another county. What is he doing? He's a private detective. What? Only a detective? Obviously, a detective is a great person because he's specialized in finding clues and reasoning. Even so, he could teach Trina, whose senses are far beyond the general population. He's a detective, but he's quite a freak. That's how good he is. Sometimes, I was surprised by his nonsensical reasoning. I can't believe the captain said that. They were surprised to hear Trina, who's always calm and charismatic, say that. Whatever it may be, this was no ordinary fight given the bodies scattered here. Since they hired the Kalsapa's assassins, the attackers have risked their lives. Is that related to the death of Belbot Rickson that we are investigating? We don't know that yet. However, it is certain that there will be quite a stir in the back alley of Leathervelk. Trina carefully looked around to see if there were any other clues. Well, the rough finding is that only 2 people who have made all this happen. 1 man and 1 woman. The marks and traces of shoes carved on some bodies are clearly visible. One side uses a knife and the other is a wizard. Trina approached the wall of the alleyway and glanced at it with her fingertips. Then she rubbed her fingers and smelled it. A subtle scent was hidden between the stenches of this place. Traces of the smell still linger in the alleyway. This smells like diffusion. Diffusion incense was famous for increasing the conductivity of mana, but she knows that it is used when dealing with wizards. The assassins moved knowing that their opponent was a wizard, but they failed. Didn't they know he was using a sword? That means both the man and the woman were wizards. However, one of the 2 also handled the sword well. The assassins didn't know that, so they died. A wizard good with swords. Trina's eyes shone sharply because there was a similar guy in her memory, a man who wore black shadows and stole all kinds of expensive things. The most famous thief she tried to catch again and again when she was not yet a knight commander, Arsène Lupin. The safe in Belbot Rickson's mansion has disappeared. Is that him? At one point, she thought he had disappeared without a clue, left this job and went into hiding. The mysterious thief that suddenly reappeared, a werewolf cryptid, suddenly appeared and the secret abandoned factory that was burned. Trina was sure that all these clues were connected. The confirmation is complete. Already? Yes, I got everything I could get here. So what do we do with the bodies? Leave it alone. I'm sure the cleaners in the back alley will take care of the bodies in these places anyway. Trina knows the rules of this place. No one is surprised or asks about the corpses. Even if dozens of people die, it is not even listed in the newspaper the next day. It is natural for the world to disappear behind the emptiness without being part of the great flow of times. Then what are you going to do now? Does the investigation end here? Trina shook her head at Lloyd's question. The investigation continues. But we haven't had any results yet. If we keep going on like this. Yeah, so this is actually the last time. Yes? So, let's go to the place where the last clue might be. Trina turned her head and stared in the direction of the place. I'm going to Thean Academy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Early in the morning, the birds were chirping. Rudger worked steadily in the teacher's office even on days when there was no class, but he decided to rest in his private accommodation today. It was because of the accumulated fatigue from having been too busy lately. He had to deal with the Almighty Stone incident and after that was over, he has to take care of Leathervelk back alley. But it's a good thing. Rudger sighed, lying on a fluffy sofa. He was able to use the excuse that he was giving the test questions, because it was the first test period. Thanks to this, he didn't have to go to the teacher's office and stayed in his accommodation and rested. Knock, knock. A knock on the door woke him up. Who is it? He tried to pretend he wasn't there, but if he dared to come all the way here, he must have known he wasn't in the office. Roger immediately got up from the sofa and opened the front door. Ah. Mr. Roger. Miss Selina. So it was Selina who came to visit him. What are you doing here? Ah. Because Mr. Roger didn't come to the office today. Yes, I don't have classes today, and I've been troubled by the exam questions. I see. Selina stared at Roger's figure, blurring the end of her words. This is because she saw Roger dressed comfortably at home for the first time after seeing him dressed neatly every time. Of course, he was properly dressed with trousers and a shirt, but that alone was new to her. You've loosened your hair too. The hair that he usually ties looked different because he completely untied it. Maybe he didn't sleep well, because he has dark circles under his eyes, but even so, he has a decadent beauty. Selina sighed in admiration and remembered why she had come here. Mr. Roger. The reason I'm here is because I have a guest looking for Mr. Roger. A guest? Yes. Why don't you send an employee and Selina herself? He. I can stop by on my way anyway, so I decided to come. That's good for each other, right? I see. So what kind of guest came to see me? Selina replied with a bright, innocent smile. Knights from the security bureau. Roger frowned, but Selina didn't notice it. I'll be ready in a minute. I closed the door and returned to my room. I stood still in front of the closet and pondered why this happened. Did they come from the security department? If they were knights, of course it would be the Nightcrawler Knights. Is it the ones I saw last night? Why did they come here? They must be busy investigating the incidents that happened in Leathervalk, so why did they come to Theon to find me? Are they sure that I am the culprit? I'm worried for nothing. If they knew I was the criminal, they wouldn't just come to me as guests, they would have issued a warrant and dragged me by force or sneaked up on me in the middle of the night. The fact that they came in such a polite way meant that they didn't know I was the criminal yet. Nevertheless, they came to me. I recalled why right away. The death of Belbot Rixon in Leathervalk was determined to be caused by a werewolf, and that werewolf also appeared in Theon. I was the one who killed the werewolf. That's probably why they came to see the teacher named Roger Kalasai. They are having a setback in their investigation of the case. I guess they know what happened, but the core of the puzzle is gone and the only clue left is in Theon. However, it is too early to let my guard down. If I show any signs of suspiciousness, they will immediately suspect me. Especially if the visitor this time is a woman I know, Trina Ryanhell. Now, in a way, it could have been the biggest crisis of my life, because her senses belong to something higher than a human. Even so, I cannot refuse to meet them. When a new teacher suddenly refuses to visit the Nightcrawler Knights, he will appear suspicious, and if I don't meet them now, that will give them an excuse to stick around. I'll have to meet them for now. After all, they know me as Theon's new teacher, Roger Kalasai. They don't know about the past me. In this meeting, I just have to lightly respond to the investigation. With that thought, I adjusted my collar and dressed neatly. I put on a black frock coat and tied my flowing hair with a string. Since it is still morning, the air is a little cool, so I put a muffler around my neck. After checking my clothes in the mirror, I put on my shoes and immediately opened the front door. And what I see is the pink cotton ball under my eyes. Ah. Mr. Roger. Are you ready? Hearing the door open, the cotton ball, no Miss Selina, looked back. Were you waiting for me? Yes. She averted her gaze and smiled awkwardly. If I knew it, I would have come out earlier. Oh, no. I was the one who waited on my own, and Mr. Roger didn't have to rush because of me. Thank you for your consideration. Then let's go. Yes. Well, it's just two teachers going to school together, I'm sure no one will think anything of it. Anyway, I also wanted to ask Selina about the whole story. I walked in step with her and naturally asked the question. The security bureau suddenly came to see me, did you hear the reason? Oh, yes. I think it's because of the investigation into the werewolf situation. Recently, a werewolf appeared in our Theon, and I think it's because Mr. Roger solved the case. I see. Is it because of that? But even if you ask me, you won't be able to hear the answer you want. You won't know that, but you're struggling to catch a rotten rope. More than that, is Mr. Roger getting ready for the exam? This is my first test. Yes, I did it somehow. Wow. That's amazing. I'm worried about how to do the difficulty level and how to submit the questions so that students can do their best to solve them. I agree. Obviously, from the point of view of a teacher, it is quite difficult to create a test question. It shouldn't be too easy, but not too difficult either. Although there are deviations in each problem, it is important to think deeply about them, rather than make the questions unnecessarily difficult. Questions that required a change of mentality were necessary. Wouldn't the students be satisfied with a problem that would give them a sense of accomplishment? However, it's not as easy as it sounds. Every man has his own way of accepting things, and it was not possible to give everyone proper satisfaction. It was quite a headache for the examiner. Well, the first exam should be made easier anyway. The important thing is to make sure the students have a solid foundation. It would be appropriate to give tests that require advanced courses only after the third examination round. At least I think so. The main building was up ahead, so it was time to say goodbye to Miss Selina. I'll go and greet the guests now. Keep up the good work. Yes. Good luck, Mr. Rudger. As she was about to leave, waving her hand to me, she called me as if she remembered something. Oh, by the way, Mr. Rudger. Yeah. Anything else you want to say? Teacher Selina opened her mouth with a slightly meaningful smile at my question. They are quite scary, so be careful. Then she turned her back and walked away with fast steps. Be careful? I was already fully aware of that. They are scary? Did you meet them in person? But why would Selina tell me that? Is it a deliberate warning? Or is she just giving me advice because she thinks I'm nervous? I don't know why, but that wasn't the point right now. I lifted my head and turned my gaze to where my office was. I went into the main building and headed towards my office. It was quiet inside and I didn't meet anyone on the way because it's the middle of the class. When I arrived at the teacher's office, I took a deep breath and opened the door. The door opens and what I see is my office and my personal space as it was before I left. The only difference is that someone was looking through the books in the study. I stared at the guest silently. Ah, you're Rudger Kalasai. It wasn't who I thought it was. Instead, a man with a stern look, hair neatly pulled back and no-rimmed glasses on his face, was standing in front of me. He wore a black uniform and gold epaulette. It's clear from his attire that he's a member of the security agency. Wasn't it Trina Reinhell? Maybe I was wrong that day, so I sighed in relief and accepted his greeting. Nice to see you. I'm Theon's teacher, Rudger Kalasai. My name is Lloyd, an agent from the security agency. Lloyd, there is no last name, but I can't conclude that he's a commoner because the agents of the security agency do not properly reveal their identities. He didn't even say he was a knight, he just said he was an agent. Is he deliberately hiding it, or did he feel that there was no need to brag? I rolled my eyes slightly and looked at his outfit. It is a neat outfit with no wrinkles. His head is also free of clutter and his posture is straight as if a ruler was raised. I guessed it from the outward appearance, but it is clear that he's a pretty neat seeker. Is his hand bare, without gloves on? His stout physique and clunky hands exposed over his uniform clearly proved that he was a knight. I made you wait a long time. No. Rather, we apologize for not contacting you in advance. Sit down. Do you like coffee or tea? Sorry, I don't eat during office hours. I see. I sat facing Lloyd, with the guest table in the middle. He was staring at me with intense eyes, as if he was trying to pierce me. I was worried about the appearance of a lion, but only a wildcat came. So why did you come to see me? I got straight to the point. I heard that a werewolf appeared in Leathervelk this time. Yes, but it's been a while. And I heard that you were the one who got rid of that werewolf, Mr. Rudger. You're right. I took care of it. Awesome. I was just doing what I was supposed to do as a teacher. The questions and answers were light, but there was subtle air current flowing through them. So. Lloyd takes the rhyme for a moment and I thought it had come. Didn't you notice anything strange about the werewolf? Something strange? The security agency also noticed that the werewolves were strange, but I didn't show my feelings on the outside. I just responded with a consistent attitude like the beginning. I don't know what you think is strange. It was strange that a werewolf also appeared in Theon. The investigation found that the werewolf came from outside through a huge sewer line that connects Thean and Leathervalk. I didn't lie. In fact, the werewolf climbed up the big sewer and came into Thean. It was impossible for ordinary people, but it was possible for werewolves. That's right. I heard that Mr. Rudger fought a werewolf head-on. Yes, that's right. It tried to hurt the students, so I stepped up. How did you fight? It was a strange question. Maybe it's probably because he's nervous that he didn't receive the answers he wanted, but instead of asking why he asked that, I answered the truth as it was. I used elemental magic. Avoiding his attack as much as possible, I burnt his fur with flames and pierced him with a spear of ice. I see. But maybe because I was too strong, he felt threatened and ran away into the woods. So I chased him and I succeeded in eliminating him in the forest. Were there any other problems? There was none, except that some of the energetic students went out to catch the werewolf. I see. Lloyd didn't look very surprised. His reaction was natural, as if he already knew. I see. You already heard the report, so you knew how it happened, but did you ask me again to check it out? Is there any difference between my testimony and the circumstances he confirmed? Perhaps because he is a member of the Security Bureau, he showed a thoroughness not to miss any details. Then let me ask you another question. Yes, please. Lloyd has asked me several questions since then, but I answered naturally without panicking. The question and answer session that followed was over 5 minutes later. Lloyd stood up and shook hands with me. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule. I shook hands with Lloyd. Then I'll be on my way. It was an honor to meet you, Mr. Rudger Kalasai. Yes, it was an honor for me, too. Mr. Lloyd. Lloyd nodded to me and left my office. The interrogation of the Nightcrawler Knights belonging to the security agency ended like this. ******. Who? Lloyd waited for his boss at the meeting place, recalling the conversation he had just had. When the promised time was 10 minutes away, 2 familiar figures were seen from beyond. Leader, are you here? Yes. Trina Ryanhell, the leader, and Enya, the deputy, were also visiting Thean. However, unlike Lloyd, who met Rudger Kalasai, the two went to check the scene. Did you find any clues? I got permission to investigate with the president's help, but I didn't find anything. What have you got? I didn't gain anything. Was anything about Rudger suspicious? First of all, to the best of my knowledge, I didn't feel anything strange. Trina didn't get the answer she expected, but she wasn't disappointed. Just in case, she gave Lloyd one order. Lloyd. Did I do what I said? Yeah. Before we parted ways, I did as you told me. Lloyd nodded solemnly at Trina's question. So how was it? As if this was the most important thing, Trina asked with a sharp gaze. Does his hand, which you shook, belong to a trained man?